democracy. I've been lying awake at night worrying about democracy. And I suppose it varies according to what country you're in. And some of you viewers will be watching from another country where this may not be on your mind. But we here in Canada have a lot of things that we've been thinking about, including whether or not to change our electoral system. We have a system, of course, called first past the post, which is I don't know where that came from, but it's somebody will explain that to me. Question is, do we have any improvements that should be made to democracy, and do we need any? Well, I have here three people who spend a lot more time worrying about that issue than I do. And in no particular order, Anthony Hodgson is president of Fair Vote BC, because in British Columbia, there have been numerous efforts to change the voting system to proportional representation. And in Ottawa, Réal Laverne is a researcher, an academic, and civil servant who has a PhD in political economy, and he's now the president of Fair Vote Canada, and has been since 2016. And I think in BC, Gisela Ruckert is a leader of the pro-proportional representation movement during the referendum in 2018 that took place on electoral reform in British Columbia. And she's very much an advocate for more resilient local communities. Hello, my friends. Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Happy to be here.
All right. Now, let's get right down to it. I want to ask you folks, do we have a real need for changing our electoral system, or is there even something bigger that's wrong with democracy these days? Who wants to tackle that first?
Well, why don't I start with a couple of thoughts about the current state of our democracy and what we're actually looking for in a democratic system. I think if we think about our fundamental democratic values, that always gets us off on a good footing. The first thing I like to say is that we have a pretty good democracy in Canada. According to the Economist Index of Democracies, we place something like position 6th in the world, second after Denmark, depending on the year. And there's a lot of good things about a democracy. When we compare with what's going on south of the border here, we feel like we're living in a democratic paradise. But one of the things that the Economist Index doesn't take into account is the way we actually elect our representatives. And that's really fundamental. And that's what we're going to be talking about today, is how to fix something which is a fundamental flaw in our current electoral system. And in order to appreciate some of the arguments behind that, I think it's useful to look back a little bit and ask ourselves what it is that we actually are looking for in a democracy. We have an idea that democracy is about majority rule. And in fact, when we think about it, when we make decisions in a democratic way in our family, with friends, at work, we don't actually use majority rule that much. What we're really trying to do is establish a consensus in order to solve a problem that we share collectively. It may be, what movie would we like to watch? What would we like to order for dinner? These kinds of questions. Consensus is actually the most important thing, and it's about solving collective problems. So that's the main thing, that it's about consensus, it's about inclusion, dialogue to decide on issues of shared interest, collaboration. Those are the kind of values that most people put front and center when they're thinking about democracy. And as soon as they start doing that, they start realizing, if they think about our current electoral system, that it is, in fact, fundamentally flawed.
In my day job, I'm a professor of biomedical engineering at UBC. And so I develop technologies for use in surgery. And the process that we use is the engineering design process. And just in complete accord with what Réal was saying, there's no way that you can get a good design result if you systematically ignore the views of certain people who are involved in the process. If I try to design a device for use in surgery and I just go in and tell the doctor what I think needs to happen and I produce some technology that works in the lab, but has completely failed to take account of what their surgical priorities are. Or if I collaborate with the surgeon and come up with a device and put it into the OR and we're very happy with it, but it can't be sterilized. And so the equipment processing people don't know what to do with it and can't actually deliver it into the OR. It's just disaster. The technology doesn't go anywhere. So I'm really used to this idea of starting out from a process of dialogue, from identifying all the people who would be affected by, in this case, we're talking about public policy, and trying to understand at a deep level how the issue affects them, what their concerns are. And really, I think we would all agree that the optimal public policy would be one that, to the greatest extent possible, addresses the needs and concerns of everybody. And our current political system does not deliver this. It really creates a very antagonistic, adversarial process. Mm-hmm. I think of majority rule as kind of the fallback if we can't achieve consensus. It's a way to at least try to move forward in the absence of any agreement. But I think that it's really important to highlight the idea that what we should be striving for are optimal public policies that include as many people as possible.
Right. And if I could just take off from where you're leaving off there, Tony, I think that we all agree that the system should be an accurate reflection of what people voted for. And that's where our system fundamentally fails. We have a system that doesn't accurately reflect what voters intended when they cast their ballots. So, for example, we most frequently in our governments have a situation where we have a majority government, and that means one party holds the majority of seats, which gives them the power to do pretty much what they would like. They can pass the legislation without support from other parties. What most people don't realize when they hear the term majority government is that it's not usually a majority of voters who supported that party to get that number of seats. It's quite frequent for us to have a number somewhere in the 30s. So for both the Harper majority and the first Trudeau majority, it was 39% of the public who voted for those respective parties and gave them about 54% of the seats in the House, which gave them total control of the legislative process in Parliament. So the system doesn't reflect what a majority of voters actually wanted, which leads to the second big problem with our current governance system, in that it's very easy for parties to be you probably heard the term kick the bums out. That seems to be our remedy for unrepresentative government. We decide, oh, well, they're not doing what we asked for, so we'll vote in the next party with, again, 39% of the vote or so. And the policies of the previous government are reversed. So this is a phenomenon that's called policy lurch, and it's a pendulum swinging back and forth, too far one way, then too far the other way. And what we would ideally like is where those parties have to agree in advance to something that they can both live with, which would represent what the majority of voters wanted. And that more cooperative, consensual style is what is used in most of the democratic world at this point. That's proportional representation.
Could I ask whether or not that would take care of another issue that comes about, which I think is that politicians have a very limited horizon in time, that at least the ones I know can't make plans for 30, 40 years in advance. They can only see as far as the next election. And I have never thought about this, whether or not having a PR system would have any bearing on that. Would it? And if so, tell me why. I really don't know the answer.
It does, and the reason is that under a proportional representation system, the vote share of a party is typically relatively stable and depends on creating a long-term affiliation with that party based on party values and that kind of long-term vision that you're talking about. And one of the interesting things that, I mean, it's kind of hard to understand how it actually works, but empirically, this is the interesting part, is in actual fact, countries that have proportional representation pay more attention to long-term issues than countries that have first past the post. And this
And this
means
is
environmental,
really established. It's not.
it's really established and firmly established. Environmental issues, even economic issues, issues of economic stability, running deficits. They run smaller deficits. They have better growth policies across the board. Social inequality is less. This is really quite interesting, and you really hit on there one of the major differences between proportional representation and first past the post countries.
Well, you know what a PR system is. It's not obvious to everybody. So I think maybe somebody will do us a favor by sort of explaining what PR is and how it differs from first past the post. And in fact, of course, there are many different forms of both. So what do we need to be looking for in terms of the options that are really available for us?
If you'd like, I've got a short slideshow that we used way back when in I think it was the 2009 referendum in BC about this raises some issues that I think we're going to talk about a little later. But BC had what's called a citizens' assembly. And that we can go into that in more detail in a few minutes, but they made a recommendation for a change to a different kind of voting system. And so we had a presentation that we gave, and I'd be happy to just share that if you would like. So we use Smarties for this, so called it a smartier way to vote. So this sort of explains how a little bit about how our current system works and then what the proposal was. So, as this says, some of our neighbors share our political views and others don't. So that makes life interesting. And, you might be sitting beside somebody who disagrees with you politically. But when it comes time to vote, what we end up doing is dividing ourselves up into ridings. So geographically proximate areas, and each one of those ridings has voters of different political views in it. So we're not homogeneous. I don't live in an area that's all liberal supporters or all conservative supporters or whatever. We have neighbors with different views. In our current voting system, each party puts up a candidate to represent their perspective, and one candidate is elected per riding based on whichever party gets the most votes in the riding. So you line it all up, and in this particular case, you can see that even though there are a fair number of blue voters, the yellow voters win actually all 3 seats. So that's one of the things that happens with our current voting system. And so in our legislative assembly, there would be no blue representatives, no representatives from the blue party here. So the yellow party supporters are probably pretty happy, but the blue party supporters are not. So the BCSTV approach takes a much more inclusive approach. The idea is to make sure that almost everybody gets an MLA that they want to see elected. And in this particular system, what happens is that parties will put up lists of candidates. They'll put up more than one candidate and will elect representatives over a bigger region. So here we're still electing 3 representatives from what used to be 3 single member ridings. And so any voter can vote for any of the candidates that's put up there. That gave the voters more choice. Naturally, what happens is that the yellow party supporting voters tend to vote primarily for the yellow party candidates and vice versa for the blue. And in the end, what happens is the voters sort of coalesce behind particular candidates. And so you see that there was an absolute majority of yellow party supporters in this example. So they end up with 2 of the 3 representatives, but the blue party supporting voters do actually get to elect a blue candidate. So that's basically how it works. That's what proportional voting is, and that's how STV in particular works.
Right now, I think, for example, Israel is almost paralyzed because they keep having elections and elections, and they can't seem to get a combination of people together to form a government. And they keep redoing their elections, and so far, nobody's been able to put together the right package. Is that an inherent failing of a PR system, or is there any solution?
Italy and Israel, you haven't mentioned Italy yet, but that's often the next one that PR opponents bring up, are examples of countries that have political systems, electoral systems that have never been recommended for Canada. Specifically, they have a very low threshold. All of the systems that have been recommended for Canada would be more similar to the ones in the countries that we generally think about as models for proportional representation. So countries like Scotland, Germany, New Zealand, most of the world using the proportional systems doesn't have those problems. And certainly the argument can be made that Israel's problems go far deeper than an electoral system. It's a very polarized society, very divided along ethnic and religious lines. And any system would have a hard time keeping that population unified under a single government. But I think the main response there is that is an example of a system which is proportional, but it's not one of the ones that we would be using here in Canada. All of the systems that have been recommended for Canada would maintain the local representation on a local level, as well as ensuring that all voices are heard. So not an across-the-board numerical formula for creating many, many different parties. In fact, when New Zealand transitioned to proportional representation from our system in the 1990s, they used to have exactly the same outcomes that we have, where they would flip largely between two major parties. And they had a few other parties that were active but were unsuccessful in forming government in much the same way that we have in Canada. But now they average between, I think it's about 6 parties that are currently holding seats. I think it's between 5 and 8. So we would probably see an increase in the number of parties in our government, but it would not result in the lack of stability that we see in countries with no thresholds or very low thresholds.
Well, when you say very low thresholds, what do you mean by that? You mean that to get a seat at all, you'd have to have a high percentage, a certain percentage, like 10% or 5% of the votes, and the smaller parties would not be represented?
But we have a choice here of either concentrating power or messy. And so the choice is it better to maybe be paralyzed in some cases than to concentrate all of the power on one side arbitrarily, which is what the alternative would be under first past the post. But the whole point of first past the post is to concentrate power. And yes, that makes certain things easier, but it makes also for poorer policy. And I would argue that even in the case of Israel, however messy it looks, that's the preferable option. And that's why that country has stuck with that option rather than first past the post.
In terms of your question regarding thresholds, Meta, most proportional representation systems have a threshold that says a party needs to win a certain percentage of the vote, as you said, in order to win a seat. In many places, that's about 5%. And that's, as far as the models for Canada have been defined, we're in that range as well.
Is that the problem largely in Israel, that they have a lot of parties that get like 2% or something? Is that
Yeah.
They have a lot of parties, but other countries can have a lot of parties and work perfectly well. Netherlands, for example.
Really?
But the more parties you have, it's kind of messier,
Right.
I guess.
Well, now, somebody was trying to explain to me what Germany's system is, and I never understood it. Sounds like they vote for 2 different types of deputies or so. Do we need to know about that? And is that an option we should think about?
I'll just quickly say that all of the systems are a little bit different, but they share some common values. And in contrast to first past the post, where we elect only 1 representative per riding, the proportional systems all ensure that each geographic area has more than 1 representative, because it's, as the Smarties example that Tony gave us showed, it's impossible for 1 representative to represent the diversity of voices and values in that riding. And currently we have ridings where 70% of the voters elected no one. That's how fractured the vote is. So in contrast, any PR voting system elects several representatives at once for a given geographic region, so that most voters in that region have a voice in Parliament. And that leads to far fewer wasted votes. So with respect to the German model, Tony explained STV in a very basic way, but the German model is mixed member proportional, which is often called MMP for short. And basically what they do is they elect one person locally and several people regionally. So they would have local small ridings and overlaying that a layer of larger regional ridings so that everyone, even if they don't feel particularly represented by the person who is their local representative, can go to the regional one whose job it also is to support them. So that provides the variety of representation from different parts of the political spectrum that more accurately reflect voters' values.
Is there higher voter turnout in countries with PR? Do people feel more inclined to go vote rather than just hope for the best?
Yeah, normally in PR countries, we're looking at 5 to 7 percentage points higher in terms of turnout.
Mm-hmm. That's typical.
That's the, if you do statistical analysis, because it goes up and down from country to country, that's kind of like when you do your regression, your statistical analysis, it shows 7 percentage points more by virtue of being a proportional country.
Okay, now satisfaction by of voters with government in general and politicians. I've seen polls where people ask, do you trust journalists? Do you trust, scientists? Do you trust politicians, et cetera? And politicians, at least in North America, and I think Canada as well as the US, so maybe we're a little better, people tend not to think politicians are very good people. Is there any difference when you ask people's satisfaction with politicians in PR systems or not?
It's the same kind of thing. You're going to get in proportional countries more satisfaction, but it's hard to say, because what happens is as you change to another system, your expectations go up as well. So people could still be dissatisfied, but that doesn't mean they're not, in a sense, more satisfied. I think the test is whether people who already have a country with proportional representation ever want to go back to first past the post. And, if you ask somebody from the Netherlands or Germany about first past the post, they'll just scoff at you and laugh. Of course, they wouldn't consider going back to first past the post.
Well, that's the
real test.
When did they switch? Were they originally, and how long ago were they first past the post?
Most countries using proportional representation switched about 100 years ago, which happens to be the first time that a Canadian government was elected on a promise to reform our own electoral system. So countries like Germany and most of the European contingent using proportional representation were part of a wave of democratic renewal about 100 years ago. And the countries that didn't get on that wave, including the only 3 major Western democracies still using first past the post, are Canada, the UK, and the United States, pardon me. So those 3 countries inherited the Westminster system, and it's been very difficult for us to trade up from that system since we missed that initial sort of wave of momentum.
I see. Why? I mean, have people? I expect you've really done Monday morning quarterbacking about why things have not usually worked out the way you wanted.
I mean, I think in the end, any proposed change involves a change in the circumstances of the people who are currently in power. And so there is a self-interest issue in changing our voting system, in much the same way that I think we've all seen examples at the city council level or the provincial legislature level or the parliamentary level, when there are discussions about what the pay of MPs or MLAs or councillors should be. And there's a real sense that the representatives are conflicted in this case, that they shouldn't have absolute freedom to set their own pay or set their own working conditions or set the terms under which they get their job. But the way our Constitution works, it actually invests that power, the power to determine the process of selection, in the very people who hold it. And so I think that largely explains the the reluctance to change. And so just to be very concrete about it, in the Canadian voting system at the federal level, I think one of the things we didn't really talk about before was the fact that the way our voting system works, it creates heavy regional concentrations of MPs from particular parties. And so we see that, the sweep of Atlantic Canada by Liberal MPs, or, I remember at least one election where the Liberals took every single seat in Ontario. And we have examples in recent electoral history of Conservative Party MPs taking every single seat in Western provinces. And so this kind of thing happens. So if you imagine, and we have this situation right now, that there's overrepresentation of Conservatives in the West, there's overrepresentation of Liberals in the East. And if you imagine going to a system where at a regional level, there's greater overall balance, it means that some Liberal MPs in the East are not going to have a job next time. And some Conservative MPs in the West are not going to have a job next time. And some, NDP representatives in certain parts of BC are not going to have a job next time if we make a change. And so when individual MPs start thinking about whether they should vote for this change, at the very least, in the back of their own minds, and whether they say it out loud or not, they're going to be doing these calculations. So I think that's a very important dynamic.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, though, whether it's caused by the failure of PR to make it over the line of success, whether it's caused by the reluctance of the politicians or that the voters themselves can't be persuaded of it. I just wonder.
Yeah. I think your question is a very good one, because I think when we have referendums, we see, well, the people just didn't support it, so the people don't want it. But when we look more closely at the referendum results, we realize that most people voted on the basis of messaging coming from the no side, most people who voted no. Some of which, actually, in the case of the BC referendum, most of which was demonstrably false if you look at them on an objective basis. So we have to look at the reasons. First of all, why does it go to a referendum? There's no need for a referendum. Very few countries have adopted proportional representation via a referendum process. There's no requirement for it. And yet,
you mean,
we in Canada
constitutionally, there's no requirement for it. We could
not at all.
How could it happen then?
In fact, the most common method for changes in our Canadian electoral system has been simple legislation implemented by either the province or the national government. That's a perfectly legitimate way of changing our electoral system. And even if a referendum were to succeed, it would still take the government to implement legislation. That is the deciding body. So that raises the question of, why do we have referendums? And I think this is exactly where Tony's point about political self-interest steps in. The research on referendums shows that it is often, the referendum tool is often used as a screen by politicians to be seen to be taking action on something which they're actually quite lukewarm about, even though they may be superficially expressing support. And we've seen this movie over and over. We've seen political parties espousing the benefits of reform until they get into a position to implement it, at which point they get cold feet because, as Tony pointed out, they're realizing, oh, not all of our team is going to be on these benches next time. If this goes through, we'll have a more representative sample, which would include more members from other parties. So maybe we shouldn't rush into this, which was the sentiment in 1921, Mackenzie King. Let's not be hasty. So I guess the question is, when is it time? It's never a good time, according to the government in power. And that's why they use a referendum. And I can go into far too much detail on the research on referendums, which shows a significant advantage to the no side in any referendum campaign. California has a very strong referendum industry. They use referendums on a lot of their proposed legislative changes. And the research from the California referendums is very clear, which is why polling companies why companies working to push one side or another on a referendum issue won't touch it unless the issue is polling at least 70%, 70% 1 year in advance of the referendum, because invariably the support for the yes side drops during the referendum due to the negative messaging from the no side. And it's considered unwinnable if it's not leading by that much of by that degree 1 year prior to the referendum.
I could just add that there have been at least 4 referenda that I can think of in Canada's history that have delivered solid majorities in favor of change. So 2 of those, one was the first BC referendum that was 58% in support of change. The second was the 2016 Prince Edward Island plebiscite that was 55% in support of change. And there have been 2 Vancouver City referenda on changing the civic voting system that also delivered majority support. And in none of those cases did government consider that that was enough of an expression of a desire to change.
Oh,
so
really?
This, in my view, just completely supports Gisela's perspective or assertion that governments tend to use referenda to be seen to be doing something, but they're really unwilling to move forward even when a majority vote in favor of it.
So what are the arguments that the no people put forward? Why, what do they say that is so convincing that it would be a bad idea?
Do we want to give airtime to that?
I don't try to set things up as debates.
Sure.
I don't think debates are much fun, but they must say something.
They do, yes. And you will, if you look at the tactics of the now growing no campaigns, because they're learning as they go along. Each campaign is more effective than the one before, it seems. They've taken a page from the manual of the tobacco lobbyists, and they use fear and doubt. Their job is not to convince anyone that the current system is great or even that it's better. All they have to do is sow enough doubt to make people feel that this isn't quite the right proposal, or it's not the right time, and we should wait until something better comes along. I don't think they even try anymore to make the argument that our current system is any good. They've given up on that because it's an unwinnable argument. But making the proposal, the new change, look bad is what they specialize in. So in British Columbia, for example, during the 2018 referendum campaign on electoral reform, we saw TV ads showing rioting in the streets. We saw TV ads showing Nazis marching, as if these things were going to happen under a proportional system. So we're going to elect extremists. We're going to see policies that only a very narrow group of people support, even though that's actually impossible under proportional representation. That's the exact opposite. And we're going to lose local representation. And this one particularly burns me because all of the proposals that were on the ballot for BC in 2018 maintained local representation. And yet, exit polls showed very clearly that one of the main reasons people voted against reform was because they had absorbed the false, as it turns out, messaging of the opponents that they would lose local representation. In my riding, every week, we saw ads that showed a picture of an ad saying that your local MP, your local MLA would disappear. And there was a very effective ad, an older woman phoning her local MPs, or I keep saying MP, but in this case it was an MLA, the provincial representative, asking to speak to her local MLA, and she got a recording and blah, blah, blah. The end result was her MLA, the closest one was now in Vancouver, which, is ridiculous for most of the interior. That was never going to happen under any one of the systems. But those fear and doubt messages are extremely effective. And the entire burden then is on the yes side to create, not only to explain the system, because usually governments do a better job of confusing people about the options rather than clarifying them, but also to explain why these myths that are being put out by the opponents are not valid. So it's a very unequal playing field for the two sides in a referendum campaign, which is why Fair Vote Canada, for example, no longer supports referendums as a way of making these sorts of changes. We just accepted that they're too easily manipulated for citizens to vote against their own interests.
Okay. I am a dual U.S. Canadian citizen. And so I often find myself making comparisons. I think that although both of them share this first past the post system, if anything, the problem in the U.S. that is even worse has to do with or even worse in the sense of making elections less representative of the public opinion. It is the gerrymandering and the electoral college and all of the things about the district, the way districting is drawn, and who has control of how they do that. Now, I never hear that kind of complaint about Canada, and I don't know whether it's because it's not a problem here or people just have other things on their minds. Is it relevant here too? And does this have any necessary connection to the PR system that we are proposing, or these are totally different issues?
I'd be happy to answer that briefly. So it once was a problem in Canada, and in, I believe, the mid-1960s, we established independent electoral boundaries commissions and made them, so prior to that, boundaries were in fact formed by the government. And so I think there probably were instances of gerrymandering, but I don't think it was anywhere near as sophisticated as we see in the US right now. But there is actually objective evidence in terms of variation riding size. So it used to be the case that urban ridings would have much higher populations than rural ridings. Those are still permitted following some Supreme Court case rulings, but the circumstances in which they're permitted have been more heavily circumscribed in the last few decades. So you can see a very demonstrable change in the inequities across ridings in terms of riding size since the mid-60s. So we don't really have that problem so much, the gerrymandering. What we do have, I mean, the thing that continues to plague us is that because our current voting system only elects one person, and it's the person who gets the most votes in a particular riding, we have we can draw a distinction between what we call swing ridings and safe ridings. So roughly speaking, about a third of the ridings in the country are in play in any given election, and one third are completely safe. The party can completely rely on winning that riding again and again and again. You can think of, actually, surprisingly, Burnaby South in BC, so an urban riding, for the last 40 plus years has been held by the NDP on an average level of vote supported about 40%. So the Liberals, the Conservatives consistently get 25, 28, 30% of the vote, and never in 40 years have they won that seat. So that's a very safe seat, which is kind of interesting. We see these in Alberta all the time, the ones where the Conservative Party gets 70% support. But then there are a bunch of ridings that just turn on a dime, and you see like there's a recount, somebody won by 1 vote or 10 votes or 100 votes. And so the voting population is the same pretty much year to year, election to election. Very slow changes, as Gisela said before, that we've got generally fairly significant stability in ideological alignment. But particular ridings, if they change a little bit, the outcome of the election can change quite dramatically. And so you can see in Canada's electoral history, if a party, if one party's candidates have won, say, 40% of the vote, then historically they can win anywhere from about 25 to 65% of the seats in an election.
Mhm.
And it's like, so it does seem to be fairly random, and that is one of the big concerns about our current voting system. It means that very often the results don't reflect how voters voted.
Okay. So you do not want to get there by using referenda. How do you plan to get there then?
I think there are several approaches that I think electoral reform supporters are pursuing right now. Fair Voting BC is working with another democracy advocacy organization in Nova Scotia called Springtide, and we have launched a charter challenge. So we are arguing that voters have a right to fair elections. They have a right to representation. The Supreme Court has argued in previous rulings that our Section 3 right to vote incorporates a right to effective representation. And we are arguing that you can't be effectively represented if your vote doesn't result in any person of your choosing in Parliament. And so we are launching this charter challenge. We have filed a notice of application, and we have assembled several expert affidavits and a whole bunch of analyses. And we're very, very shortly, in the coming small number of weeks, going to be filing that with a court. So that's one approach.
Okay. Now I've heard of this thing called ranked voting, where you say so and so is my first choice. Here's my second choice, etc. So you would get somebody that you could live with, even if it wasn't your first choice. It might be your third choice, but someplace along the line you would have some kind of satisfaction, I gather. How does that fit into your scheme of things?
It's sort of a component of a voting system. It's one of the ways that you could ask voters to participate in an election, so they could rank the candidates that are being offered. What's more important is whether the ranked ballots are being used in elections like our current system, where you have single member ridings, or whether you have multi-member ridings. And so in single member ridings, which is basically the way Australia does it, they call it a preferential ballot there, they still just elect the one person. And so, yes, in some small number of cases, some voters will be able to contribute to electing somebody who was not their first choice, and they feel some measure of ownership in that. But it doesn't substantially change the overall effect. I mean, if we said in first past the post in Canada, about half of the voters are not represented by somebody they voted for. It's maybe 45% under a preferential ballot in single member ridings. If you use it in multi-member ridings, as the Irish do for single transferable vote, then you get upwards of 80, 85, 90+% of voters having voted for the elected representatives. So then it's proportional. So it's an element in a voting system that can be either majoritarian, like our system, or proportional, like the Irish system.
Thank you. Okay, that helps.
Good.
And I think you've alluded to the Citizens Assembly idea. Tell me more.
Well, yeah, the idea of Citizens Assembly starts with the idea that Tony expressed earlier about vested interests being ultimately what prevents us from moving forward with proportional representation. And what we have to do as citizens is we have to get politicians to recognize that they are in a conflict of interest, and that therefore we need to find a solution, a way to give voice to citizens themselves. Now, that's where the idea of a referendum comes up in theory. In practice, as Gisela has pointed out, referendums have been highly problematic, and they've been used to stop change more than to bring change about. So Fair Vote Canada, other organizations have been looking for another way that might be more effective at getting to hear the voice of citizens. And that's the idea of a citizens assembly. A citizens assembly is a very particular form of democratic participation. It's called deliberative democracy. It has a long pedigree going back to the Greeks. The idea is that you choose citizens by way of a structured sample. So it's ordinary citizens, structured. You have to agree to be a part of the process. And usually you will choose for something like this, if we're talking about proportional representation nationally, you'd probably be looking at about 150 people that you would choose across the country, create a structured sample of people who are interested, and they would then meet on a periodic basis. It could be on weekends, let's say, for 6 months or 9 months or even a year, depending how often they meet. So very in-depth study of the problematic. They have access to experts. They have access to facilitators. They have lots of time to study the issues. And then that group of representative citizens that were chosen in that way, and therefore they have no axe to grind, precisely because they were chosen at random, will make recommendations on where to go from there. So this would at least give us recommendations with a very, very high level of legitimacy, which is what happened in BC in 2005 and why that referendum did so well, because the STV recommendation that came out of that had a very, very high level of legitimacy. You're still going to run into the political problem if politicians refuse to implement those recommendations, but at least the recommendations are there. They're part of the record, and they're part of the legitimate case for bringing electoral reform.
Is there any place where a whole country has adopted that approach for any significant length of time and with any official stamp of approval? You know, it's not like they're turning them into the legislature, but I love the idea, frankly.
Mm.
And I don't know whether it is workable or not. But I tell you what keeps me awake at night is not so much that the democracies are not structured as well as they should be, as the fact that voters are so goddamn stupid. You know, and there's a guy named David Moscow who wrote a book. I interviewed him because I love the title of his book. It's titled Too Dumb for Democracy. And when you look at the voters in so many of the current populist-led regimes, you see, or the recent Trump regime, and you know, I can name names in Europe, and Bolsonaro and Modi and all these folks. It's a current thing, and it only happens because voters actually, if it's a real democracy, they've really chosen those guys, and they make the worst possible decisions.
Right.
And I think that as of right now, democracies are not making any better decisions than China, or, you know, I mean, they're not making good decisions. And that's really the crucial thing. When you think that the policies that are getting implemented or adopted by genuinely democratic societies are fatal. I mean, they're going to kill us. Then what are we going to do about it? And this has something to do with, I think we need to have much more of an opportunity to have expertise brought back into the picture. People need to be consulted who know what they're talking about. Exactly. And the voter needs to have to listen to people who have deliberated on a particular issue seriously.
Right. And that's exactly where the Citizens Assembly shines. And in answer to your first question, yes, this process has been gaining steam around the world. The OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, last year released a report called Catching the Deliberative Wave. I think you'd love reading it, Meta. It's a synopsis of how the parallel process, and this doesn't replace government. I want to make sure that we're clear on that. Citizens' assemblies are a way for governments to hive off a complex or difficult topic and get a nuanced answer back from citizens, a very thoughtful and representative response on that particular issue. And then it gives them the opportunity to say, this is what you people wanted after learning from all the experts, and now we're going to implement it for you because this is what the people want. So it's a parallel process. It doesn't replace government, but what it does is it gives them the opportunity to make a non-politically influenced decision on a very complex topic. So, for example, one of the main ones that, the BC model in 2005 was extremely successful and has been used around the world as an example since that time. Sadly, it's sort of forgotten in Canada to a large degree, but other countries picked up on that example. And Ireland, for example, used citizens' assemblies to make recommendations on topics as difficult as abortion in that country, had excellent results, managed to implement legislation that was accepted by the...
Where was this?
Ireland. So you can imagine how controversial the topic of abortion would have been there. So it's a way to make thoughtful decisions that are well supported publicly on very difficult topics. And that's why what you just said about citizens being too dumb, I don't believe citizens are dumb. I believe we're busy. I think we're asking too much of people to be experts on every topic. So because we can't trust politicians to overlook their own self-interest, we need to have a mechanism to put it back into the hands of people when it comes to looking after our own interests. And that's what this does. It picks, as Rael explained, it's like a jury system, sortition. They're pulling them out of a hat, but they're making sure that they're demographically representative. So, a representative number of each gender, a representative number from each geographical area. And in things like where the topic is electoral reform, I'm sure that they would ensure that, people from a certain party are represented in accordance with their prevalence in the population. So they create what's called a mini public. It's a mini version of the entire country. And they give those people access to all the experts they want. They can call them back if they have any further questions. They can direct their own education process. And it's important to note that this whole project is done at arm's length from government. It's handed over to a neutral third party. In Canada, the company that does that is Mass LBP. They've run these already and are continuing to run them. One of the more commonly referenced ones is the Citizens Assembly Citizens Panel, I believe, on pharmacare, which made recommendations, which sadly were not implemented by the government because not everyone even knew about it. It's harder for the government to ignore these recommendations if they are very transparent about the purpose of the assembly and they make a commitment in advance to implement the recommendations of the Citizens Assembly.
Now there's the rub.
Exactly.
If they're going to make that commitment, I don't imagine very many governments are going to do that. Right?
That's exactly the challenge that we have with governments. They are always going to want to work in their, they can't get around the element of self-interest. But when we have a recommendation from citizens, how can there be any justification for a government to simply say, no, we don't want to do that? It makes it more difficult for them. But yes, you're absolutely right. The rub is in getting them to agree to implement them. But it's still a better path than simply asking them to make changes that they don't want to make.
Yeah. And there's synergy with the Charter Challenge, because what we would be hoping for as a result of that would be that the court would say, yes, we agree that the current voting system violates the rights of voters to effective representation. Government, you are obligated to replace that. What is the process that you should use to choose the replacement? You should hand it over to a citizens' assembly.
Well, is there any precedent for a court to make such a recommendation? That would be a very bold outcome, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So in fact, there are precedents. The Italian courts ruled that certain elements of the voting system there violated citizen rights to, I don't know the Italian legal system, but essentially to equality and to certain representational rights. The Canadian courts have recognized all sorts of rights in relation to elections. So there was a very interesting case in what year was it? I believe 2004, 2006 in New Brunswick, where there was an electoral boundaries redistricting process, and with the goal of trying to equalize the populations between ridings, the Boundaries Commission shifted a Francophone town from a predominantly Francophone electoral district into a predominantly Anglophone electoral district. And the citizens of that town went to court to argue that they could not be effectively represented by the Anglophone MP who would not understand their issues appropriately. And so there's some very powerful language in that precedent about the importance of representation and the priority that the court, that the government should give to ensuring that people had a representative that they wish to see elected. There's language that actually says in the Canadian context that those Francophone voters had a reasonable apprehension of not being appropriately represented by an Anglophone MP, and that was the justification for the court overruling the proposed electoral boundary shift and requiring that the Francophone community nonetheless be included in the predominantly Francophone riding.
I think it's important to point out that we're looking for new solutions to try to get past our first past the post system. This is not, you know, when other countries adopted proportional representation, it's been very rarely due to constitutional challenges. And as far as I know, it's never been due to a citizens' assembly. What's happened in the past is that the political forces aligned themselves in different ways so that the interests of politicians were better aligned with the interests of citizens. And democratic values were taking on at the time. This was at the time of the enfranchisement movement in the early 20th century. So there was this notion about what a good democracy was that was informing the process. And I think it's important that we move back in that direction. That's why this getting politicians to recuse themselves from the process, I think, is a democratic value that we need to instill. And we mustn't forget also that trying to elect more MPs that are pro-proportional representation would be an important thing to do. I think our chances of getting proportional representation are going to be much higher under a minority government situation than under a conservative or a liberal majority system.
You mean right now? I mean, in Ottawa?
Well, yes, we had some hopes over the current situation in Ottawa, but the fact is the minority was still too strong to be able to bring in proportional representation.
Other examples, you know, in terms of the Citizens' Assembly, also not mandated by the courts, that are happening around the world, are taking on some huge topics. In France, there's a National Citizens' Assembly on climate. In the UK, the same thing is happening. This is a recognition that our current political systems are not able to address these long-term challenges which last beyond the next election. So this wave of momentum that the citizens' assemblies are experiencing around the world isn't going away. We're hearing more and more calls for parallel citizen participative processes. So time.
Yeah, and just a final comment about institutionalization of citizens' assemblies. Oregon has the Citizens Initiative Review on an ongoing basis, and they review selected referendum initiatives there regularly, and so it's been institutionalized.
As it has in Belgium, there's a permanent parallel citizens' assembly in the Belgian government now.
Boom. Well, you've got me hooked. I'm not. I was already certainly on your side when it came to PR, but I haven't really thought much about the notion of promoting citizens' assembly. That sounds like they don't have to go together as two different projects, but as a package, they make a very good package, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, and I'm now on your team. Count me in. Okay.
Thanks so much, Matt. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hi, I'm Meta Spencer. How would you like to take a trip to the Permian Basin? Well, that's where we're going today, and I never heard of it until the other day. But I think it's in Texas or New Mexico or someplace. I looked it up on Wikipedia, and they didn't tell me very much. But at any rate, we're going with a friend who maybe knows a little bit more about the Permian Basin than I do, I hope, because otherwise we won't have much of a conversation. This is William Fletcher, who's in California, and he knows a thing or two about global warming. And he's an expert. He's a retired engineer and a corporate executive. And he really is very interested in trying to save the world from climate change. So he's co-authored a book, and we meet every now and then, talk about some new aspect or unexamined aspect of the challenge of resolving global warming. So good morning, Bill Fletcher. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. And thanks for having me on.
Yeah, it's always fun to talk to you.
Yeah, I always enjoy it myself. Thank you.
Sometimes we argue, though, so you have to watch out. I don't know. I don't have firm opinions about the Permian Basin, but
Yeah.
we'll probably find something where I have too many opinions for my own good. All right. Tell me what this is all about. I never heard of this word before until a couple of days ago. What's a Permian Basin?
Oh, good. Well, it's very, I'd say it's not a household name in the United States, but I think anyone that has any awareness of energy in production in the US would have heard of it. And it's a huge area in West Texas. And Texas, by area, is the biggest state in the union except for Alaska. But so let's say Texas is the biggest state in the continental United States. And the Permian Basin is an area that's basically not good for much, in the sense it's very dry, it's very flat, it's very dusty. There's a lot of jackrabbits, and it's been the cattle country, sparsely populated ranching historically.
Yeah.
And not of much economic value until they discovered oil there over 100 years ago, about 1920. And since let's say it's now 2020, so for 100 years, the Permian Basin has been, a huge source of oil and later natural gas in the United States. And it got a new lease on life a few years ago when fracking was introduced, which would allow production of gas and oil from shale and other formations that in the past had limited oil production. But fracking has really regenerated a lot of the Permian Basin.
Now you're making me hark back to when I was about 12 years old and driving from Oklahoma to California.
Yeah.
And going at night, driving through, I think, that region and seeing flares.
Yes.
Is that what I would have seen? Lots and lots of, at night, big gusts of fire coming up. I guess they were burning off methane or something. And then I believe that later in my middle years, that region, they had used up a lot of the oil, and they didn't have as much there. And now is it that the fracking is reviving or able to get oil out of what had been depleted oil wells?
Well, let's say depleted or depleting. I imagine it depends on the geological formation, but let's say you could only recover 30 or 40% of the oil in a formation before it just wasn't economical. And then with fracking, basically fracturing the rock formation that would allow the oil and gas to flow to the well, and be pumped to the surface. And that's a big deal. And I think there's really two technologies, and I'm not an expert in this area, that came together. One was horizontal drilling. So that in the past, you basically had to stick a straw in the ground and get into a pool of oil to get the oil to the surface. And now with horizontal drilling, a lot of the formations, if you can think of it, it might be like layers in the ground. And so if you can go down and then go horizontally through the layer, you can expose a lot of the rock formation that has oil in it to a pipe, basically, that can get it to the surface. And then the problem is where fracking comes in. If you put this fluid under a great deal of pressure with sand in it, and you crack the rock, in addition to drilling horizontally, and then the sand sort of fills in the cracks and prevents them from closing when the pressure is relieved. And then the oil can flow to the horizontal pipeline and be sucked up to the surface. So it has regenerated. I mean, I think that the production of the Permian Basin, and I don't have the numbers, was declining. And then fracking has given it a new lease on life. And if I could, I'd like to get back to the flaring that you saw. My first experience was in Saudi Arabia about 40 years ago. I was with Bechtel, and our chairman had a very far-sighted thought, and that was that in the past, when you pumped oil to the surface, like opening a Coke bottle, you'd get a lot of gas coming out in addition to the liquid. And I don't know what it is in the Permian Basin, but in Saudi Arabia, it was for every barrel of oil, you got sort of like 450 cubic feet of natural gas. Now you could pump the oil or put it in a tank or put it in a pipeline, but no one knew what to do with the gas, so they burned it on site. They just flared it. And they did that in the Permian. They did it in Saudi Arabia. If you flew over the desert in the 60s, it would look like it was on fire in a lot of places. And the Bechtel project was we proved that it was feasible to collect that gas at the wellhead and pipe it to the surface to the Persian Gulf at a natural harbor called Jubail. And that gas was used to develop the Jubail industrial complex, which was the largest industrial development in the world at the time, using that gas to produce electricity, make fertilizer, things like that, refine it into plastics and other products.
So
and natural gas is primarily methane, CH4, and it is also one of the major global greenhouse gases, methane.
Somebody told me just a couple of days ago that flaring is still a major, big percentage of the source of greenhouse gas today. I didn't know that. I mean, in fact, I almost, want to question whether that's true. Do you know much about that?
Well, I mean, methane is I think it's about 15 or 16% of the greenhouse gases, and methane is actually more potent than carbon dioxide, but it doesn't last as long in the atmosphere. But when methane breaks down in the atmosphere, it becomes a carbon dioxide. So it morphs into CO2. But methane comes from a couple of sources. I'd say about half the methane in the world comes from cattle raising and from animals that like cattle. And so agriculture is a big source of methane. And the other is not just flaring, but gas leaks in pipelines and oil wells. So you could say methane is a better fuel than coal, because if you think of it, coal is pure carbon. So if you burn a pound of coal, you get CO2. However, methane is CH4. So when you burn methane, I don't know what percentage it is, but let's say half the energy or a big portion of the energy is from converting hydrogen into H2O, which is water. And
what you have left over is CO2.
you have, let's say the CH4, so the carbon in methane produces CO2, the hydrogen in methane produces H2O or water.
Well, I'm really on to methane these days. That's one of the
Yeah.
major things, because I'm very interested in some of the tremendously shocking reports coming from the people working on the Arctic, and the melting permafrost and clathrates from the Arctic Ocean. So in fact, I'm just now setting up for February the 12th. I'm going to have a conversation with Professor Peter Wadhams, who's a major researcher on that topic. So
that'd be very good. That'd be excellent.
It's very, very important. He will scare the daylights out of you, because before we all die of, CO2, we'll be long dead from the effects of methane if what looks like is happening really is happening now. It looks like this stuff is melting very much faster than anybody expected, and there's a tremendous amount of it there.
Well, and Craig and I in our presentation and in our book, we list what we call tipping points, things that could be basically the straw that broke the camel's back. And melting permafrost is one of the things where if it melts and releases a lot of methane, then that would lead to more global warming, which would lead to more melting of permafrost. And so you could get a runaway condition. And I think your expert I'd be very interested to hear what he has to say, because that is a danger.
Yeah, and it's coming out of the bottom of the ocean now too. Anyway, Here we are. I'm already deflecting you from your points. I'm sure you want to tell me about the Permian Basin. So let's go back to work.
Well, the Permian Basin is very interesting. As we said, it's been pumping oil for since 1920 or 100 years, and now more it's producing gas. And it is now probably the largest hydrocarbon or fossil fuel source in the world. It's produced as much energy from oil and gas as the Ghawar giant oil field in Saudi Arabia. And so it's very big. It's in land area. It's very big. It's about 250 miles one way and about 300 the other way. So 86,000 square miles. And that, by reference, is about is the size of the state of Minnesota, a big state. And then it's about not quite half the size of California. So it's a big, flat, dusty, hot place, and without oil, it would be a marginal agricultural and ranching area. So it's a big area, and the thing that I think we think is, Craig and I thought very interesting as we looked into it. The Permian. Well, the other thing that's interesting is the Permian Basin produces about 40% of U.S. oil production, domestic oil production, and produces about 15% of the natural gas produced in the country. And then the oil is pipelined down to the coast near Houston to be refined into gasoline and aviation fuel, diesel, and other products. And then the gas has a separate pipeline system to get it to the markets throughout the United States. So it's a big deal from a hydrocarbon or fossil fuel production area. However, when we look at it, I mean, first of all, we think Texas has done some things that are very far-sighted and very valuable, and it's often interesting to compare Texas to California. Two huge states that have all kinds of potential, but different approaches. And in Texas, let me switch into the renewables area, if I could. Texas is very deregulated economy, unlike California that is very regulated. And Texas has and they're independent. So years ago, they designed their electrical grid so that it does not cross state boundaries. So Texas has an electrical grid that is only within the state, and therefore is not subject to the federal government control. And so they have a lot of autonomy in what they do.
They did that on purpose to.
No, I wouldn't doubt it. I think that a lot of Texans would say that was a very far-sighted decision, and so they also have, but they're not totally wild down there. They have what's called the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, called ERCOT, and that runs this transmission system within the state, and provides a regulation. And a couple of things they did. One was 15 years ago, they developed, spent, I think, something like $7 billion, which is a lot of money for a state, especially 15 years ago, to provide transmission lines from the Permian Basin to the eastern part of the state, where the big cities like Houston and Austin and Dallas and Fort Worth are, where the people are and where the demand is. And that has allowed that far-sighted decision, and I think this is a model for what the U.S. needs to do on the federal level, by creating that basically interstate highway for electricity. That allowed people to develop wind and solar projects in the Permian Basin, because not only is it a good source of oil and natural gas, it's flat, it's windy, and it's very sunny. So it's among the best areas in the country for wind and solar. And so there's been an explosion of wind projects and solar projects in the Permian Basin. And interestingly, a lot of that energy is used in the oil fields, because if you think about it, an oil well uses a lot of electric power for pumping, for instance, or for drilling. And by having locally produced electricity, you don't have to refine the fuel oil in Houston and then ship it back to the Permian Basin to drive diesel generators or things like that. So there's a lot of development in the Permian Basin to provide electricity for the use in the oil fields. And then and now you have also unlimited access to markets in the East. So a lot of the solar and wind is being produced for places like Houston and Dallas. And in my mind,
they can't export that to other states, because
was that?
They can't export that to other states.
Well, they could. We need to have the transmission connections, and you're sort of saying, hey, if you can ship oil and gas, if you can ship electricity from renewables to Dallas, you could ship it to Chicago. I mean, you just need to have the transmission line. And the other thing that intrigued me and Craig is we said, gee, this is 8,600 square miles, 86,000 square miles of flat, windy, and sunny territory. How much renewables could we produce? And so we did some, basic calculations and find that, gee, we could produce more energy from wind and solar if we develop the solar and wind farms than we can from fossil fuels. And in fact, you can do all three, because you could mix oil wells, solar panels, and wind farms on the same territory. I mean, you'd obviously have to allow a certain amount of land for each function, but it's not like solar precludes fossil fuels or wind.
And you don't have any people there, do you? I mean, it's pretty.
Well, there's a lot more. I think there are a few cities like Odessa, so it's not unpopulated, but it's sparsely populated compared to the rest of the country. And this one thing that would prevent large populations is water is scarce.
Well, now what about, it would take a lot of people, wouldn't it, to maintain and build these and run these operations, these renewable projects?
Well, yes and no. With solar and wind, once you install them, there is some maintenance. But solar is very passive. Yes, but right now the number I have is that today the Permian Basin employs 87,000 people. So that's a lot of people, and that they're all mostly in the oil and gas industry.
Are they like that? They're temporarily living in trailers or something?
No, there's cities there. If you look at it, there are cities and towns. It's not. These are permanent residents, I would say. And in Texas, and I forget the number. I think it's like 57,000, but some number like that. The state has created something like 50,000 jobs in renewables in the last few years. I'd have to look up the exact number. So renewables is providing a lot of employment in Texas, and it's growing. And I think the other thing that's interesting, Texas has produced more. Well, first of all, they lead the U.S. in the percentage of electricity they get from wind. So they are the number one in the states, and they're probably will soon become number two in solar behind California. They are, and then I think it was last year, for the first time, Texas got more energy from wind than it did from coal. So they've crossed that part. So
I'm trying to imagine what the implications will be politically, because the right has opposed renewables and opposed the whole notion of global warming to such an extent that if now there are more jobs going to be available in renewable sources, solar and wind, than in fossil fuels, will that have something to do with turning Texas from a red to a blue state?
I would not say that, and I would not be a blanket. I think there's a lot of people that have an old view of oil and gas, because it has been a huge industry in the United, and it still is a huge industry in the U.S. Mm-hmm. And especially if you throw in refining and chemical production and things like that. But now I think that if Texas has created, let's say 50, 60,000 jobs in renewables in the last few years, and that number's going up and up and up, I think people are going to be looking at the positive economic effects. And I think that the average person is going to be, first of all, they need to be educated, because I think people have an old view of renewables. But I think here's another thing I would like to just mention before I forget it, is that Texas has done another, we mentioned their far-sighted decision of putting in this transmission network. Because without that, you wouldn't be able to develop much wind and solar in the West Texas, because you'd have no market for it. Mm-hmm. But the other thing Texas did is they deregulated their electricity market. So right now, if you're a household or a business in Texas, you have several companies competing for your electricity business. And so that has led to the competition has caused electricity rates to go down. And in the past, that has largely been due to low-cost natural gas from fracking, has allowed electricity producers to get lower electricity costs that they passed on to the customers. And increasingly, I think the lower costs will be due to increased use of renewables. Mm-hmm. And what has happened, and I've got the numbers here, I looked them up yesterday just to be sure they're current. The national average of electricity in the United States, according to the U.S. Energy Information Agency, the national average is about 10.5 cents per kilowatt hour. And in Texas, it's, let me see, it's 8.6 cents per kilowatt hour. So they're below the national average. And in California, where I live, it's 16.9. So it's basically almost twice as much.
Why?
Well, I mean, California has a regulated market. The utilities apply for rate increases that are approved or disapproved by the Public Utility Commission. And so I think that in my mind, I mean, it's regulation versus deregulation. I think competition does more to reduce prices than regulation does.
So it isn't a question of the cost of producing it in California being different from the costs in Texas.
Well, I mean, California is as endowed or more endowed than Texas in terms of solar and wind. You know, but I mean, if it's highly regulated, you know, you probably get a lot less development than if you had a more free market. You know, that's a speculation, and that would be politically charged in California.
Why?
But
is the public in favor, strongly in favor of regulation in California, or I don't know anything about the politics of that issue.
Well, I mean, you know, the states, the two states, if we want to just take a little side trip on Texas versus California, I mean, Texas is a very free market, and it's a red state, meaning heavily Republican. California is the total opposite. It's a totally blue state. Every state office is held by a Democrat, and it's heavily oriented towards regulation, and you know, a heavy, let's say a heavy-handed or state control. And I think that comparing Texas and California in terms of their renewable energy is kind of interesting, and it will be interesting going forward. Will Texas they've already overtaken California in wind energy production. Will they also do the same with solar? I mean, in California, we're having debates right now. You know, everybody wants renewables. They want to get rid of nuclear power. But then when you start saying, well, we got to have large areas of land to produce solar, you got to put in a lot of wind farms as well. People are starting to say, oh, no, you can't do this because of, you know, environmental regulations. So,
well, I'm just wondering about what kind, I mean, I'm a Californian by upbringing anyway, but I'm trying to visualize where you would put a lot of, let's say, solar, you know, acres and acres and miles of solar panels, or even wind turbines in areas that would not otherwise be usable for agriculture, because so much of California is used for, you know, food production. Is there still enough room in some of the desert areas to put up solar farms and so on?
well, I think my opinion would be very definite. I mean, driving around California, and my wife and I have done that. We've been from top to bottom and east to west in the state. There's a lot of unusable land. Some of it's desert, some of it's scrub land, some of it. There's a lot of it that is, you say, crappy old oil fields. You know, that are have, you know, these horsehead pumps going away. You know, so there's a lot of, you know, maybe there's a lot of land that could be repurposed. And then there's a lot of agricultural land that is marginally usable because of the lack of water. There's a lot of desert land, huge areas of desert in California, and some of it, you know, like Death Valley is a national monument. I mean, it's beautiful, and you want to preserve it. So there's a lot of land that I would not want to see developed. But I think we need a national plan a state plan to say, where can we put this? And let's end the debate, because if you want to put in a solar farm and then you get lawyers involved and you get environmental groups that say, no, you can't do that. there's a lot of people who can say no, and nobody can say yes. So, and then coastal development would be very good for wind, but nobody wants big wind turbines in their backyard. So I think siting is a big, big issue, especially for wind and solar. Where do you put it where you do not destroy natural beauty that should be preserved, and where do you put it so that you're not putting alongside urban development where people will object to it? We've got offshore islands that are uninhabited. Maybe they'd be ideal for wind development. But I think we probably need a state plan of where to sort of end the debate and figure out where we're going to put renewable energy. I think some people want to have it both ways. They want it to be generated by renewables, but they want it in somebody else's state. So we do import a lot of our energy, and that has caused the blackouts. When we run out of our in-state supply and we can't get it out of state, we get blackouts, rolling blackouts, which is kind of amazing for a state as modern as California to have a blackout. It's inexcusable in my mind.
All right.
But anyway, the thing that's interesting is, considering, I've just got some calculations in front of me that we did in our book and we're updating. In the Permian Basin, you could produce as much energy in forms of electricity from renewables as you could from oil and gas in a very small area for solar in the Permian Basin. Let's say 5% of the Permian Basin, if it was solar panels, would produce a lot of energy. And then wind, the turbines it depends on how far you need to space them apart. They could take more area, but you could also certainly develop a lot more wind energy in the Permian Basin. And
now, who's talking about doing it, or is there a game plan in place now, or do you know of any corporations that are already staking a claim to some of that land for it?
Well, I think that if you look at the projects, and I don't have a list in front of me, that's probably something I should have had for this talk. But if you look at the projects that are being put in the Permian Basin, wind and solar, they're from a variety of different companies. I think it's Next Energy, the big Florida utility company, is now going renewables. They've got some projects. There's some international companies. And so, basically, as people want to develop renewables, they go out for bids, and the people that actually get the contract to put in the wind and solar varies depending on the project. But there's a lot of international representation in these projects as well.
Has anybody done any calculations about trying to estimate jobs? Comparing the number of jobs that are now being that are held now, that are people who are actually doing these jobs in the fossil fuel industries, well, oil, gas, compared to if they make the transition. I love the idea that you're just going to ease people from one job to another. You get them out of fossil fuels, and they can stay in the same place where they've been, and have a new job in renewables. If there's anything like an equivalent number of jobs, because as somebody working on trying to create public support for reforms, I'm always, especially peace people, we're always going around saying, stop this, don't build that, don't do, this militarism and so on. And I think that every time we say, don't do this or cut back on that, we should say, and take that money and those jobs and put it here, do this other. So pair them up and say, we're not just going to throw people out of work or out of investors out of a place to put their money, but we're going to create simultaneously the development of new opportunities right there. So,
Well,
I'm
yeah.
just trying to think, could you say that that there could be a kind of a transfer of jobs from the oil and gas into the renewables?
Well, that's a debate. I mean, the numbers that the Biden administration has put out before and after the election is that we're going to create more employment in renewables than we have in fossil fuels.
Uh-huh.
And I could say that's certainly true, because if we want to stop global warming, I mean, there's a whole lot of jobs in building wind farms, putting up transmission lines, insulating buildings, changing building codes. There's a lot of jobs that could be created, putting solar panels on roofs. So you can estimate that, and it comes up with some big numbers for employment.
Now, how daunting would it be to set up retraining programs? Because
I mean, I would argue with you on that, because I think that yes, there's certainly a role for that, but you're basically shutting down coal mines in West Virginia, let's say. And there's not going to be a big solar industry in West Virginia to replace those jobs. But, when we had the fracking boom, let's say in North Dakota, there was a huge explosion of oil and gas production, and thousands of people went up there because the jobs were there. And I think that, there's certainly always a role for training and education. But I don't think that you need a heavy hand of government getting in there saying, oh, you're going to retrain for this job over here, because we don't know where the jobs are going to be and what they are. And I think that if we say that there's a trend toward renewables, people are pretty smart. They will go where the jobs are. And that's happened with agriculture, as we mechanized agriculture, as we industrialized, as things like that. I think that the private sector, it is cruel in the sense that, West Virginia coal miners can't stay where they are and get a new job. You don't know if the Permian Basin will be able to take oil field workers and transition them to wind farm maintenance or something like that. But this is going to happen over 20, 30 years. It's not happening tomorrow. And I think that it's very hard to anticipate exactly how it's going to play out. And I think people are pretty creative. They go where the jobs and the money are. And I think as people see, and I think you and I see the trend ahead of the public, because we're concerned about it. But as the public becomes educated, sees where the jobs are going to be created, et cetera, I think that people will migrate to where the money and the jobs are, and there will be people who will be left behind. And, and then there are welfare systems and retraining and other things that can be done to ease but I don't think we need a big government program to manage that.
All right, I won't invest my whole soul into that particular project.
Yeah,
you may be right. I'll save my argumentation for another day, because I think everything you've said sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, anyway, that's the Permian Basin, and it's not. I mean, there's a huge area in southern New Mexico, Arizona, California, Oklahoma that is equivalent to that. So the U.S. is very energy rich in fossil fuels. That's been a huge asset for us, and I think we can achieve energy independence with renewables as well. I think as a country, we're very well endowed.
Perfect. All right. I'm feeling much relieved today. You're a cheerful message. It's been fun talking to you again.
Yeah.
So I look forward to the next time we get together. All right?
All right. Well, me too.
All right. Thanks for doing this, Bill. See ya.
My pleasure. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer. I'm in Toronto, and my very dear friend Bob Helvey is at the top of a mountain in West Virginia, where he's been living for a number of years since he retired from the US military. He was a colonel. He's my very favorite American colonel in the whole world. Truth is, I don't know any others, but nevertheless. But I have long-standing admiration for Colonel Robert Helvey, and not particularly for his military prowess, although probably he could shoot a gun as well as the next guy, but really for his work in nonviolent strategic resistance. He was a very close ally of Gene Sharp, and Gene Sharp is one of my two great heroes in the world, the other one being Mikhail Gorbachev. So those two guys, if they'd had their way, solving the world's problems back 30 years ago, we'd be in a very different shape than we are now. But neither one of them really quite won the struggle, and it's ongoing. Okay, so Robert Helvey was very engaged with, became acquainted with Gene Sharp while he was, I guess, at the Center for International Affairs at Harvard, where I once worked. Is that, you had a year there, did you, Bob?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and that's where you met Gene, right?
That's where I met Gene. There was a notice outside an elevator in one of the buildings saying nonviolent seminar, room such and such at 2:00. So, I was still in the Army, short haircuts, and believed that God meant everybody to have short haircuts. That's not a problem now since I don't have any hair anyway. But I went up there and sat in the back of the room, and in walks this little guy and turns around and looks at us and says, "Hi, I'm Gene Sharp." Not Dr. Gene Sharp, not Professor Gene Sharp. I'm Gene Sharp, and we're here to talk about waging strategic nonviolent struggle. And that got my attention. With my experience in 2-year tours in Vietnam and the infantry, you don't want to fight a war. Wars are friggin' terrible. And to see young people die, you never forget that. So here was a guy that was after my heart. So afterwards, I went up to him, introduced myself, and I said, "I wonder if we could, maybe have a cup of coffee and sit down and talk. I'd like to learn more about what you're doing." And he said, "Sure." So the next day, instead of going to get a cup of coffee, he took me to the Harvard mess hall, the Harvard something or other for the faculty.
Not the mess hall.
But we spent almost 3 hours there. I was absolutely fascinated with him. So I started, going over to his office several times a week and reading everything he gave me to read. And then I could ask him questions on those things. So for the rest of that year, he was really my mentor. And, I talk to him sometimes about developing strategies and what's the basis for building a strategy. And he sort of liked that. So that started that program. And then I got asked to participate in a seminar, or a 2 or 3 week seminar for some of the Burmese who had fled to the Karen state. And I got it. That contact was made by Tin Mountain Win. He was an activist from 1962 on, spent time in prison, finally got to the United States and spent every dime that he made in the United States helping the people over there. So when the 88 uprising came up, Win was asked to come back to Burma. And he got a king's welcome because everybody knew him and his father. The ball started rolling, and I did several months of trainings over there for the students. and they were involved with Aung San Suu Kyi. But Wynne had questions about it, and of course, I didn't pay too much attention to it because I didn't know much about her. I knew her father was the Secretary General of the Communist Party of Burma before he got assassinated. And another interesting story is when the Japanese World War II broke out, he sided with his people on the side of the Japanese against the Brits and the Allies. And of course, when the Brits were on their way to Mandalay in 1945, he switched sides right before the Brits captured Mandalay. And so a wire went back to Winston Churchill saying that, Aung San, wanted to join with us and to help us. And Winston's reply was allegedly, he doesn't deserve anything but the lash. So Winston never forgot that. But anyway, after the war, Aung San, as head of the Communist Party over there, sort of inherited what was left of the empire in Burma. And they got into an internal struggle, and the old government people felt betrayed. So Aung San got assassinated, and his daughter, about that time, was about 2 years old. Well, the family was tied very, very closely to Ne Win at that time. So he sent Aung San Suu Kyi and her mother to India. She was the ambassador to India. So she grew up in India and became very fluent in English. And then, in fact, she married a British scholar in some weird Nepalese or something language. But she would come back to Burma on occasion to visit her mother. And then she came back into town where her mother was dying, just as the 88 uprising was occurring, I think in August. So she gave a speech at the Swedagon Pagoda, and everybody was electrified by that speech. So she was number one at that point. And all the way until the time, even after she got arrested and put under house arrest, she maintained the leadership of the pro-democracy movement, because the young folks just admired the hell out of her. So
we all did. I did.
Yeah, I mean, she was great.
Yeah.
But something happened to her that she got converted to support the generals, and now she's in trouble again after being at a very high position within the government. She had a fallout with them, so now they may put her under house arrest again.
Well, I think she is.
But that's just the way it is. But we need a young leader again in Burma.
Okay, now you were not only converted to Gene Sharp's methods, but I remember hearing some very vivid stories about your visits to the rebel camps in the forest, and that you were trying to help or persuade the army to use nonviolent methods. And then I know at some point you came back and you wrote a book about the whole thing. So I'd like to, I bet you that nobody else who's now concerned about Burma's trauma, the crisis going on now, I bet none of them know anything about your efforts with this general in the forest to change their method of fighting for the Karen movement. Can you share that with
Oh,
us?
I've got a real story to tell you. I was going to meet General Beaumont. He had been fighting since he was 12 years old, and now he's up in 60s or 70s. And I wanted to explain to him what I wanted to teach about nonviolent conflict. And as soon as he heard those words, his eyes just glazed over, and halfway through the pitch, he just got up and walked out. And I thought, oh shit, what have I done? So I went over to the Korean intellectual, and I told him what happened. And he said, well, tell me what you were going to tell him. And I explained to, you need to talk about who is holding up the regime. What are the organizations and institutions that keep that regime alive? And I said, I held up a plate in front of the general. And I said, this is the pillar that's holding up the police. This is the army. This is the monks. And this big fat one over here is the students. Now we're going to start breaking those down. And then I'm not going to drop this, and this is a good plate. But then I held it up and started pulling the pillars of support away. And it dropped to the floor. And it broke. And I said, oh, I'm sorry. He said, no. You make another appointment with General Beaumont and say the same thing you told me. He'll listen to you tomorrow. He may not have listened to you today. So I went back the next day and I gave this full hour presentation, and he listened, and he got up and walked out and then told his deputy, we're going to have a course, and he's going to teach it. So that night, his intelligence guy came over to where I was staying, said, did you get the word? And I said, yes, I did. He said, did you know how many people were going to be in your classes? And I said, no, but I can handle 30 or 40. He said, no, you're going to handle 50 or 60. And everybody in this area is going to attend your course.
Mm-hmm.
So I was busy for the next month. And Michael Beer was with me that time.
Oh.
So both of us were worn out by the time it was over. But people started using the vocabulary that Gene Sharp and I was introducing. So that it started to make sense. And we created a lot of winners. But the, democracy, something, the International Republican Institute works for this organization. Well, we had this thing going full speed, and the IRI representative came over and said, this is the last course you're giving because they don't need it anymore. And not only that, we're going to start doing work with the Chinese. So you can finish up over here, but this is the last thing. Well, it wasn't the last thing because there were other people that found out that this was an interesting concept to follow. So I wound up going to give a class to the Burmese refugees in India, 2 or 3 sessions over there.
Mm-hmm.
And then we met with some, not Afghanistan, but Iraqis in the Middle East, no, not in the Middle East, in Paris, and another group in Norway, and another group in South Africa. And, the ideas were spreading. Once you have it simple enough to grasp the concept, right, then you can build it.
Were you bringing Gene Sharp to any of these, or did you just give the question?
Oh, yes, Gene Sharp and I went on a few.
Oh, yeah. And
when I invited him to come over and evaluate my training courses in Manor Plau, Burma, he came over. I was already over there. And 10 Mountain Wind picked him up at the airport, took him to Maysot, and then from Maysot, they took him to the Moy River and put him in a boat and headed up the Moy River to cut up into the Salween. And I was at the camp, and this guy comes running by. He says, "Hey, there's a big boat coming with a little fat man in a big suitcase, and he's heading toward you." So about 30 minutes later, he showed up. I went down to the river, and I said, "Oh, Gene Sharp, I assume." You know, like the guy in Africa. I presume, yeah.
He's a wonderful man.
So we got back up to the bank, and I had some tea and cookies set out. And this college professor from Rangoon University was Burmese, but he was in exile with us. And he says, "You're Gene Sharp." And he says, "Yes, I am." "Gene," and he ran over and hugged him. He said, "I've read all of your books. Come with me and let us talk." And it brings tears to my eyes. These two old guys walking hand in hand on a path that was covered, you know, the trees covered it, and they were gone for about an hour and 45 minutes. Gene was convinced this was paradise. His, you know, what he was teaching was taking hold. And so he was there for about a week or so, and I got an invitation for Gene and I to go visit and have dinner with General Beaumont.
Mm-hmm.
And General Beaumont, you have to understand, we were talking, and we were talking about strategic nonviolent conflict. And
now, wait a minute. Beaumont was heading the Karen Army. Is that it?
Karen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Karen, head of the Karen Army and the Karen State. Held two hats.
Mm.
But as we were sitting there talking, and Gene said something about nonviolent struggle, and Beaumont turns to his interpreter, blah, 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 and he said, "Gene Sharp, while he does not respect cowards, he respects you for your friendship." And Gene and I, cowards? Did he see those 300 or 400 university students slaughtered in the streets of Rangoon? Where are the cowards? You know, but we weren't about to take him on that. He, you know, he'd been a soldier since he was 12 years old. But
so anybody doing nonviolence was a coward to him.
Yeah, yeah. So, but his people around him convinced him this is the best thing we can do.
Well, you know, I don't know how you came up with this word, but I've filed it in the back of my mind a long time ago that you adopted a different language. You use the word political nonviolence.
Political defiance.
Defiance.
Political defiance.
Political
that went over well with the general.
Because it sounded more muscular, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
You could just see him with his two pistols talking about defiance. And
okay.
It's political. And that's what wars are, political defiance.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, well, I think you guys must have had an impact that's still being felt, because all of the resistance movements since then, well, not all of them, because I guess I don't know whether that was true of the Rohingya movement, but the democracy movement has generally stayed very nonviolent. And you can see today the courage of these people in the streets. The more they slaughter them, the more they tend to go out there and demonstrate. I don't think we've got a whole bunch of conversation to do about what makes it work. But I'm troubled by the fact that,
Well,
you know,
if I could just insert something here.
please.
There's something that I always told my soldiers: never kill a prisoner. Because if you kill a prisoner, you've just eliminated the idea that maybe this guy knows something. Maybe this guy would like to join us. He would have the opportunity to see us. So the same way with the students. By being nonviolent, the people have no reason to oppose the students. In fact, the students over there have been admired by the people. So, but if the students started slitting throats and beating people to death like the Army does, the people are going to be left alone. Who's going to take care of them?
Mhm.
Another general dictatorship.
Mhm.
So I think the students bring hope, and a nonviolent struggle brings hope.
I don't know what percentage of the people in the street now are students. I don't, I haven't been trying to say which ones have gray hair, but I suppose the average person in any demonstration is probably a younger person than I wouldn't be out there. Let's put it that way.
Well, I think you still see a lot of students, but the little merchants, the storefront keepers, people like that, it seems like they're starting to show up.
Mm-hmm.
They may be the first to leave, but at least they're giving mass and body to the movement. But you'll always have the students out front. Young people are naturally braver than us old folks.
Well, they can run faster.
Well, and we're wiser.
Okay, so you gave these talks to bring us through the next, I guess, 30 years of transition between there and now, because we know what happened to Aung San Suu Kyi, but I don't understand what happened in her, what looked to me like a conversion back to militarism and to autocracy. And 6 months ago, she'd slipped from being a saint to being a devil. And now, people say, well, we've got to defend her because she's the head of the democracy movement. We have to defend her party and her personally. But in the meantime, what are we going to do with the issue about the Rohingya? And these things don't work together very well. I have trouble flipping her back into sainthood. I don't think she quite has earned it yet. So tell me what you think about her now. I worry about, well, I shouldn't have my own opinion. You're the expert on Burma.
Well, I'm no longer the expert on Burma, but the nature of this conflict has changed. We are no longer looking at a 40-year-old lady who can handle the strain and stresses of trying to manage and lead a movement. Most of the young folks today, I think, would feel more comfortable having somebody in their 30s or 40s with the maturity and the grasp of living experiences under a military rule, and maybe have experience of experiencing the outside world as well, so that she or he could convey to them what an open society is like and how it's going to be very, very different from what we have experienced since 1968, 62. So they're over there. I'm sure they're over there. And it's just a matter of the students getting together and finding somebody that they can agree on and decide what they want to see in a leader for this phase of the struggle for democracy in Burma. And maybe if they get to talking, they'll say, well, wait a minute, so-and-so's here, or so-and-so's there. And I suggest that it will probably be somebody that spent some time on the streets in the struggle. Because it's sort of like, he has a lot more experience talking to soldiers than somebody that didn't have combat experience.
Well, but do you really think they're looking for somebody new? I don't know that there's any division among them now. I think that pretty much they just said, well, really, the issue of getting control of the government away from this coup is so important that we'll all stick together and plotters, the guys running the regime, and that even goes for this guy Tun, I think, who is the Myanmar ambassador to the United Nations. I've seen him on TV a couple of times. He stood up in the United Nations and gave a very outspoken speech against the coup. He, even though he was, presumably a deputy representing the government, he said he's not. They tried to fire him immediately, of course, but he challenges their authority to be in power because they lost the election. Now, when I talked to Bob Ray, who's Canada's ambassador to the United Nations, a few days ago, he was still hopeful that the ethnic groups that had been so vigorous in times past and had stood by Aung San Suu Kyi in her criticism of the Rohingya, and when she defended the army when she went to The Hague and spoke up and said that they had every right to do what they did. Well, and these groups, and I don't know whether I guess the Karen would be among them, but all these other ethnic and tribal groups were also as critical of the Rohingya as she was. But Bob Ray thinks, or gives hope, that they are learning that the Rohingya situation is very similar to their own, and they all better be on the same side and work for democracy. I don't think he has real strong evidence for that, but I don't want to contradict the man. He knows more than I do. What do you think?
Well, when Mike Mitchell and I went to Chittagong to meet with the Rohingya leadership, there were two leaders. And of course, they constantly disagreed, and even to the point where they would not come and sit in the same room together. We had rented a big banquet room at a hotel, and they wanted separate lectures. They didn't want their people meeting each other. And I thought, these damn people are never going to make it. They're internally, they were internally divided. But the people that were sitting in listening to the presentations, they seemed interested, except that the two leaders, both times, didn't seem to be paying much attention. But the people that were invited were paying close attention. So maybe the Rohingyas need to think about unifying rather than being divided. And And I think right now, the Burmese public are pretty well unified in harmony with the students. Maybe they still love Aung San Suu Kyi, but I don't think that the bond between the students and the people has fragmented.
Mhm. Okay. Well, question, Bob Bray thinks that they still may win. I mean, that the movement, the democracy movement, he hasn't decided that they're out of the game yet. He thinks that they may succeed yet because he sees so much opposition to the regime, and he thinks that the army people are rather surprised, because he said he doesn't think they believed that they would get in trouble by this, that he thought people would they thought people would accept their word that, yeah, we're just trying to have a fairer election and everything's going to be all right. But obviously there's, they're losing support. I also read.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the other thing, I was watching TV a couple of times on this, and apparently the real question is, one of the real questions is that the foreign banks could do more. The foreign banks or funding sources could do more to cut off the source of military supplies for the army. That they are, although there's been serious criticism of the army, the coup plotters, internationally for sure, there hasn't really been much done with any teeth to try to cut them off, and so they're still getting money to buy guns and bullets or whatever they need to keep in power. I don't know how long it would take to suffocate them that way by turning off the source of their supplies. Maybe that's a longer term project than we'd want. But how could they make more progress than they're making now?
Well, I think one way, this is going to be a long struggle, and both sides, I think, are beginning to sense this is a long struggle. And the side that stays with the program is the side that's going to stand tall when it's over. How much effort is being made to cultivate a relationship with the families of the soldiers and the generals, particularly the senior rank? They have teenage children. Where are they going to school? Are they afraid even to talk to the university students? Is there a way for the university students to talk to them? And that is sort of like a magnet. It's pulling away the family from that institution. And daddy knows that his daughter and his sons are on the streets facing the bullets of my soldiers. And that has an impact on the movement.
Well, if you can get there. Yeah, I would agree. That's
one step at a time.
These people, the Yellow Pora people, did in Ukraine. They went around, and they took 2 years though in advance. Getting acquainted with police and the military, of the soldiers' wives and mothers and so on, to win them over. That takes a long time, but if they could do it, and of course there's a lot of enthusiasm for the democracy movement, and I think that, as far as I can tell, the almost very overwhelming support of the population in Burma or Myanmar is,
in the Ukraine, that strategy or tactic of pulling the family away from the generals, it turned some generals' attention.
Right, it did. But I bet these guys, I think these Burmese generals are tough customers. And
Oh, they are.
what they may need is to have their weapons. There's no money for maintaining their military action.
Yeah. And if the Burmese soldier, the one that's pulling the trigger, has the occasion to meet with the people that he's going to be killing, there's got to be someplace in the marketplace or somewhere where they just happen to meet. And both of them can see they're human, just like us. We're human, they're human. I feel sorry for that Burma soldier that's going to have to shoot me one of these days. And I'm going to tell him that. I feel sorry for you. And, it takes a while, but it's a hell of a lot easier to kill somebody you don't know
Mm-hmm.
than it is to kill somebody that you had a cup of tea with last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the last.
I'm an idealist, but I think it works.
Let's make room for idealism, but also recent history, because in the last 10 years, the success rate of strategic nonviolence has diminished. There are many places where movements start up and then get crushed, and they don't get as much success as they did back even 10 years ago or more, when Erica Chenoweth and Maria Stefan published that book, How or Why Non-Civil Resistance Works, which was, really demonstrated that historically it had been much more powerful than warfare in getting changes in a society. And lately, it's not working as well. But, Erica Chenoweth is at Harvard now, is writing more, trying to understand what's gone wrong, why civil resistance isn't working as well. And I haven't read everything she's written by a long shot, but it does seem to me, and I may be wrong, that the point she's making most vigorously is that people count on demonstrations and street actions too much. And that's not working as well, because they don't do enough other kinds of preparation. They have not won over the other pillars of society. They don't bother. They think that they just get on the cell phone and call a demonstration in the street, and that'll do it. But it doesn't do it. There have to be a lot of other things going on besides public things. As a matter of fact, it's very dangerous to go out in the street if you're going to face the army, and they're very dedicated to what they're up to. Then, they may kill you. And so maybe think of some other things, like a boycott or something where you get to stay home instead of go out in the street. But maybe you get acquainted with the wives and mothers of the generals, or figure out how to get the international bankers to cut off the funds or something.
You've hit on a good point. If everybody stays in, there's not going to be the casualties. But if everybody stays in, that's exactly where the generals want you to be, in there. Somehow you have to confront, like Uppour in Serbia. They had these mass rallies and completely nonviolent, drum beating, bugles playing, dance groups dancing. And on one occasion, this guy was telling me they brought their barbecues out and set the barbecues out in front of the line of soldiers and started barbecuing steaks and hamburgers and passing them out to the front line of the soldiers. Now, how can a soldier be angry when somebody is feeding him a meal? And the whiff of that, anyway, these guys were so imaginative. And I'm sure the Burmese are imaginative. Just like the little shirt pocket books. Some of Gene Sharp's works were written on little books that fit in your shirt pocket. And so you could get them around, and if you found somebody that was halfway interested, here, why don't you take mine? and read it and then pass it on to somebody else. But what do you call it? A brainstorm session. Have all these people who are in groups now have brainstorm session. What can we do to convince the soldiers not to shoot us? Now that's an interesting question. And you might come up with something. Maybe one group could try this and another group could try that. And all it amounts is you're disarming the willingness of the soldiers to kill their fellow citizens.
Yeah.
And if they're not angry at you, it's going to make it difficult for them to do, particularly if they've been exposed to you. Now, you know, in the Army in combat, you're rarely exposed to the enemy before you meet him on a, in a fight. So you just kill everybody in front of you. But if you know those people, you can't do that. A human just can't do that. That's how much confidence I have.
I wish I could believe you completely. I'm not so sure. For one thing, I mean, they sure had a good time killing Rohingya. Now, do they not know them? Maybe that's partly the problem. But I think if you can manage to define
racism has a lot to do with it.
That's right. If you can define another population as not quite human. And, Bob Ray used a good analogy the other day. He said, when he thinks of the Rohingya in Burma, their status is sort of like the Roma in Europe, that a lot of people really, really look down on them and think, these are not Europeans. These are not part of us. These are foreign, strangers. They don't belong here.
Yeah, even though they've been around for 1,000 years.
Yeah, right. Right. So somehow there's, people can kill each other, even though they've seen plenty of each other. I don't.
Here's an idea. Get some of these smart Burmese or the smart Rohingya and write a novel, a story of two young people, one Rohingya and one Burman, and their lives and how they came together and how they got to know each other together and how their families got sucked into their relationship. That would be a great little love story. Here, I got one in my pocket here. Yeah. Read that little story.
Yeah.
But, something like that, so that understanding, I know a little bit more about the Rohingya background and their etiquette and what they eat and this, that, and the other, and don't ever travel in their areas during that time where they're killing all the cows and the blood's all over the goddamn highways. But they're good people. They're good people.
Okay. All right.
We just don't know them. And they're afraid to know us.
If you're a novelist, you do that. I tell you what I think would be more powerful, and that is, used to be, 5 years ago, I'd say a TV station, a TV series about a Rohingya and a Burman, they getting acquainted with each other and all. That could be a very powerful thing. I think
who controls the networks now?
That's the problem. Now you have, it's kind of hard to see how you could put on a show that would last 5 or 6 years and allow people to really follow. You need a story where people can really become emotionally connected to the characters.
Well, one of these discs today that you put in a computer that can last an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Well, I don't think anybody's selling those anymore. The Blockbuster's gone out of business 10 years ago or so. And I think people watch it on Netflix, that kind of thing.
I've never been on Netflix.
Well, I don't have it myself, but I've heard.
Until today, I hadn't been on this.
Well, we're both old, honey.
Yeah, I know it. Now, this has been a very enjoyable conversation.
Oh, it's always such a treat to talk to you, Bob. It's because You sit there on top of your mountain, and I don't know why you say there. My God, I'm in the middle of the city, and I don't have any intention of even having a cottage out in the country.
Well, I'm moving to the Washington, D.C. area where my 3 sons and my 5 grandchildren live.
Oh, that makes sense. Makes very good sense. Uh-huh. But you've got some work to do politically there in West Virginia. You've got some folks that you need to win over.
Well, let's hope.
All right. Well, look, this has been fun as usual. And I hope somebody listens and gives some thought to what are the next steps that need to be done in perfecting strategic nonviolence for the contemporary situation, given the technology and the economics and the dynamics of the situations we're in now, because some things get changed. I mean, for example, the rise of the cell phone has made a difference in the way people organize movements, and not necessarily for the better, because it's a whole lot easier to get on the phone and call 1,000 people and say, meet me at the square at 5 p.m. than it is to have them get acquainted in advance and plan what they're going to do next. So it's easy to bring people together, but then you don't have an organization. And this building of is premature. Sometimes it gets people to do things before they have developed the organizational structure for the next step. I think that's what happened, for example, in the Arab Spring. They won in the streets, but the next day they didn't know what to do with it. They hadn't planned anything out. They didn't have any government ready in waiting.
We got another problem with cell phones now. Everybody's listening. Cyber warfare. If they get on the net and say you're going to have a meeting at 5 o'clock down at the square, guess who's going to be waiting?
That's true.
So cybersecurity is very important in this day and age.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. And I don't know, that's a whole different set of challenges.
It is.
A whole different set of people going to do that kind of work. I don't know how to bring these people together, because we're all working on same problems, but different handles on how to fix it. I don't know. Anyway, we've got more work to do, you and I. I'm glad you're going to move to Washington. Maybe I'll see you now and then.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll send you a link to this because I want you to pass it around among your friends.
Okay. All right. Hey, take care.
Yeah.
And thanks for calling.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Etta Spencer, and today I have a treat. I get to talk with an old friend, Bernard Driano, who is in Paris, and we're going to have a conversation about a topic that I know much too little about, but where he's an expert, and that is the recent and maybe still ongoing conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Bernard and I knew each other a little bit years and years ago when I was active in the Helsinki Citizens Assembly, and he was even more active. It was toward the end of the Cold War, and we had meetings between Eastern and Western activists all over Europe, often in Eastern Europe. And after the Cold War ended, the organization continued for a while. And I was surprised to find that there are still remnants of the Helsinki Citizens Assembly in France. And he's the head of it, I guess, the Helsinki Citizens Assembly of Paris, right? So Bernard is an expert on this region, Nagorno-Karabakh, and the whole Caucasus region. He wrote a book. It's available in French, War and Peace in the Caucasus. Hello, Bernard. How are you?
Hello. Fine.
Great to see you. Why don't you hold your book up so that people can at least see the cover?
It was published in 2008 and it's called War and Peace in the Caucasus.
Empires, Peoples, and Cultures, is that what it says?
Empires, peoples, and nations.
Nations, okay.
Yeah, it's both historical and political.
All right. Well, I had a conversation with Bernard a week or two ago and asked him to help me get a little grasp of what has gone on in the region. And he gave me what turned out to be a wonderful impromptu lecture. So I wish I had had my computer recorder going at the time because I learned a lot from him. But in my old age, not all of it sticks very well. So if you'll, Bernard, if you'll just sort of do what we did the other day, where you give me your understanding of the background of this conflict, which is certainly not a new conflict, and then you can bring us up to date on what's going on now. By the way, I just was looking at the news, and I see that the Armenians are burning their houses down rather than simply leaving quietly, because there's been a ceasefire, and I understand some Armenians are going to have to vacate an area that they've called home. So that sounds like a sad situation. Hmm?
Okay, well, I will try my best because my English is not always perfect, but and I'm not going to go back to the centuries, only let's say till the end of Soviet Union. At the end of Soviet Union, this region called South Caucasus was like that. I don't.
He's drawn a wonderful map, and by hand. Okay, so we have Russian Federation up above, then the Caspian Sea, and the Black Sea over here. So you're between the Caspian and the Georgian Sea, Black Sea, and we have Georgia, Azerbaijan on the right, Turkey, and then Armenia, and then Nagorno-Karabakh is down here someplace, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. Good. Now you've got some towns there, but I guess we'll get to those towns when the time comes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to point out before we? My memory was that you used to have two big empires that were sort of adjacent to each other in that region, the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire. And I wonder if any of the tensions between these two peoples, the Azeris and the Armenians, could be traced back to any of the political alliances that were alive in those old days. Ottoman Empire.
The Persian Empire in the south. So the Persian Empire in the south, and all the region we are going.
I'd forgotten the Persians.
Yeah, and all the region we are going to speak about were in the Persian Empire historically. I mean, what is now Nagorno-Karabakh or most of Armenia today were in the Persian Empire, and they became controlled by and not in the Ottoman Empire. And they were controlled by the Russian Empire at the end of the 19th century, let's say. And of course, after the Russian Empire was Soviet Union. And in Soviet Union, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia, inside Soviet Union. On this map, what is written inside each republic, some autonomous entities, sometimes called autonomous republic, sometimes called autonomous territory. They are in red in this map.
Mm-hmm. Now, Azerbaijan and Armenia were republics.
Was republics. Republics was meaning that they had theoretically the right to quit Soviet Union, to secede. But the autonomous territory within each of these republics had not the right to secede from their republic, to make secession. In the Azerbaijani Republic, you had there are two autonomous territories. One of them was Nagorno-Karabakh, or I-Karabakh, a territory where the population was in big majority Armenians. There was an autonomous territory within the Azerbaijani Republic. In the nearby Georgia, for example, you had three small autonomous territories, one called, and two of them make secession during the 90s when the collapse of the Soviet Union through very violent wars. That was Abkhazia and South Ossetia. So the Karabakh question was not an isolated question during the fall of Soviet Union. It was a specific question because it was dividing, it was between Armenians and Azerbaijani, but it happens, some phenomenon like that happens in other countries. If I take the territory of what is called the later Nagorno-Karabakh, the majority of the population was Armenians, but there was a big Azeri minority, especially in the town of Shusha, as the Azeri told it, or Shushi, as the Armenian told it.
Azeri, that is an ethnic word referring to a people.
Yes,
right?
Azeri is an ethnic word.
When you say Azerbaijani, you mean citizens of Azerbaijan.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
The term ethnic Azeri refers to the ethnicity.
So the Azeri, it's an ethnicity, it's Turkish-speaking people. They are the vast majority of Azerbaijan, but there are other minorities in Azerbaijan, like Russians, like Tatars, like a lot of small minorities, Legwish, which are not Azeris, but Azerbaijanis are the citizens of Azerbaijan, and Azeris are the majority of the citizens of the big majority of the citizens of Azerbaijan. Mm-hmm. The same thing for the other country. In Georgia, for example, you have 200,000 Azeris and 250,000 Armenians living in Georgia. Oh. And in Russia today, you have 2 million Armenians and 2 million Azeri.
Oh, okay. That sounds like more people in Russia than in Azerbaijan and Armenia.
Yeah. And
is that right?
In Iran, you have 20 million Azeri.
Oh.
And in Azerbaijan, only 10 million Azeri. So the majority of the Azeri are living outside Azerbaijan, and the majority of Armenians are living outside Armenia also.
And was that because some of them had to flee during one of the wars? Or they've had many wars?
Because of the wars, and it's also mainly because of economic reasons.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, does that mean that the expatriate groups have any influence in Armenia and Azerbaijan, or are they simply onlookers rooting for their side?
They have some, well, they are supporting their side, but they have some influence, especially the Armenian diaspora, which is mainly in the Western countries and Russia. They have some influence, yes.
Okay, onward. Now then, where do we start? You want to start with the breakup of the Soviet Union? Yeah,
break of the Soviet Union. So in 1988, there was a big movement in Armenia for democracy. And during this movement, there was also the expression, we want to reunify with the Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh. We don't want Nagorno-Karabakh to be anymore under the control of Azerbaijan. And in the chaos of this situation, it started a war. It was a very, very chaotic period between 1988 till 1994, not only in between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but also in Georgia. There was a civil war in Georgia and a lot of troubles. The war became extremely violent, and the result of that was a massive movement of population. A lot of people living, for example, there was 200,000 inhabitants of Baku. Baku was 1 million and something inhabitants at that time, much more today. But there was more than 10% of the population was Armenian, and the Armenian had to flee because of the war. At the same time, of course, some Azeris living in Armenia had to flee. So you had massive movement of population during this period, hundreds of thousands. in all directions. People coming from Armenia, going to Azerbaijan, going to Armenia, going to Georgia, going outside, and the war itself. And the war itself started in 1988. And
it was started by Armenia, right?
No, they were started by everybody. I mean, Armenian wanted to be to free Nagorno-Karabakh. Azerbaijani want to stop them. The Soviet Union, still existing at that time, tried to stop it and supported the Azerbaijani at the beginning. Then it became total chaos, and everybody was fighting everybody. And at the end of this war, in 1994, the Armenian, which was the weakest group in a way, won the war because Azerbaijan totally collapsed. And at the end of the war, I show you the map.
Oh, that's the end of the war. Have you made two different maps? You have
Armenian
maybe
controls at the end of the war, 1994. The Armenians were controlling nearly the whole of Nagorno-Karabakh and a very big territory, which was previously Azerbaijani, outside Nagorno-Karabakh. It's in green on the map.
Okay, now there's this thing called Kelsajar. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, Kelsajar is one of the places.
Okay, you've put some of these stripes. Now that those stripes refer to, and here we have Lakhchin. Lakhchin? Okay, I see them. I can't hear you.
This territory was controlled by the Armenian at the end of the war, and all the population, which was Azeri, was thrown away. It was emptied from its own whole population, which was 99% or 95% Azeri. And the Armenian occupies what the Azerbaijani calls the 7th district. So the Armenians got Nagorno-Karabakh as a whole, and of course the local Azeri population has to throw away, and this 7th district. And that's very, very important to remind, because that means that tens of thousands of Azeri people were obliged to leave the region because of the Armenian victory. And they were parked in a refugee camp. And of course, the Azerbaijani government used this refugee to say, we want the revenge. That was 1994. At that time, the president of Armenia, the victor, the one who gets the victory, called Levon Ter-Petrosyan, a very brilliant person, understood that the Armenian was in position of force. They had won the war. It was time to negotiate. And he was ready to leave back some of this territory that they had occupied in exchange of peace. But because of that, he was thrown down by a coup d'etat by Armenian nationalists. The international community had created a special group to monitor negotiation, group called the Minsk Group, a group of 14 countries with three leaders, presidency of 3 countries, Russia, United States, and France. So this group, the group of Minsk, Minsk Group, was supposed to give a framework for negotiation. It was very complicated because, of course, first Armenia wanted to keep its territories, the territories it has won, and Azerbaijan wanted to have a revenge. Also, Russia and United States have different interests. Remember that Azerbaijan is a very rich oil country, where the British and the Americans have very big interest, especially British Petroleum, but also ExxonMobil and things like that, and companies like that. And so there was a complicated game, but this Minsk group proposed some solutions. Basically, the solution was to give to the territory of Nagorno-Karabakh itself a specific provisional statute, and to organize election to decide what will be the final statute, and to do that under international protection, blue helmet or whatsoever, and for the Armenian to give back 5 of the 7 districts, and to keep 2 districts, those that I will show on the map, those of Lachin and Kelbajar, to assure a continuity of territory between Karabakh and Armenia proper. You see?
Okay, now that's Lachin. I see that. And
so the idea was to give this territory to Armenia and to the
out of the 7 territories, those 2, but those are pretty big territories.
Yeah, they are pretty big, but they are relatively empty. I mean, it's mountains.
I see. Well, it looks though from the map as if these surrounding territories are about equal, if not larger, than Armenia itself.
No, it's not larger than Armenia, but it's much larger than Karabakh itself.
Much larger
than the Nagorno-Karabakh itself, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And so the idea was, if we want negotiations, the Armenians have to give back at least 5 of these territories, on 7, and the final statute of Nagorno-Karabakh itself and of the whole region will be decided after consultation of the population, which means also that the refugees must have the right to come back. So that was the principle. It's called the Madrid principle because they were established in Madrid. But both Azerbaijan and Armenia refused this principle, and nobody in the international community decided to force this country to accept it.
Now, Petrosian himself would have accepted it, but he'd been
of course he had already accepted it, and that's why he was thrown out.
Okay.
And so we had a deadlock, and the Armenian had the impression that they had won, and they would be like that for forever, because they have the impression that there's the support of the Western countries, that the support of Russia. They have an agreement, an international treaty with Russia, and that they had the support of the Armenian diaspora. So they had the impression they were very strong. Unfortunately, it's not the case. I mean, the Azerbaijani was getting stronger and stronger because they had a lot of money because of oil and gas. And they started to build a strong army with Russian weapons, also with Turkish weapons and the support of Turkey, and with the support of Israel, which is not well known.
That is strange bedfellows.
Yeah, why Israel was supporting Azerbaijan? Because you could imagine that Israel will support Armenia, because in a way the fate of Armenian people and the fate of the Jews and the Israelis are a bit the same. No, there was another question there. Israel was allied with Azerbaijan because it's a place to look for Iran. There are some permanent spy device of the Israelis, of the Mossad, in Azerbaijan to get information about what's going on in Iran. And it's so the between Armenia and at the same time, Iran had very good relation with Armenia. During the first war, Iran saved Armenia. All the weapons and all the fuel and all the fundamental device for Armenia came through Iran.
When you say the first war, you mean the 1990s war?
Yes, the 1994.
That was what, 92, 94?
From 88 to 94.
So it was longer than I realized.
And during all that time, the border between Iran and Armenia was open. And all the foods, all the munitions came from there.
Okay.
So we are not at all in what the story that is called today a fight between Muslims and Christians. You know, it's very, very different in reality.
It really had nothing to do with religion. It had to do with
nationalism.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, with nationalism and with politics, and also a little with economy because of the oil in Azerbaijan. But then how we come to the situation in 2020. So the Armenian was totally convinced that they could stay forever. The Azerbaijani were waiting for their revenge. And the negotiation was totally blocked after 2011. Nobody was pressing anything anymore about the negotiation. Everybody has something else to do. I mean, the Western country was not a good relation with Azerbaijan, and that was very good for oil, and there was and gas. I also didn't say that the most of the 3/4 of the oil and especially gas used by the Israelis is coming from Azerbaijan through Turkey.
So that's another reason for them to be favoring.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even if, of course, the public opinion in Israel is much more pro-Armenian, but the governments, real politics, they like Azerbaijan. And of course, unfortunately, the Armenian leaders didn't understand exactly that. And the Azerbaijan during the beginning of the 20th century, of the 2000 years, were controlled by the Aliyev family, and especially by the leader today, Ilham Aliyev. And it's a corrupt dictatorship. It's a sort of mafia-type government using the money of oil and gas to become extremely rich. And of course, the country as itself became more rich, but the inequalities within the country became more and more strong, more and more big, more and more visible. So you had several uprisings in Azerbaijan, social uprising.
Against the government.
Against the government.
Not about Armenia.
No, but the government was able to crush this uprising with two weapons. First, police, and second, nationalism. Don't fight the government, fight the Armenian. Mm. That was on the Azerbaijani side. And a lot of peace activists or human rights activists were arrested in Azerbaijan, and the freedom of press was nearly disappeared. At the same time, in Armenia, it was a bit the same, not so bad, but a bit the same. The power was controlled by people coming from Nagorno-Karabakh, Robert Kocharyan and Serge Sarkisian, who became president and prime minister of Armenia. Armenia, not from only Nagorno-Karabakh, Armenia as a whole. And it
so was this when Petrosian, he'd been kicked out of?
He has been kicked down
out of Armenia, but where did he go?
No, he stayed in Armenia, but he was kicked down from power.
But he didn't have any power, or did he have any?
No, he had totally lost power. Yes. And the power was totally controlled by people coming from Nagorno-Karabakh, Robert Kocharyan and Serge Sarkisian. They were one after the other the president of Armenia, prime minister and president. They were very corrupt and also had some direct link with Vladimir Putin in Kremlin. There was also a uprising against these people in Armenia. Armenia was less a dictatorship than Azerbaijan. There was a relative freedom of speech and organization. And at the end, in 2018, there was a revolution in Armenia. The revolution was led by a guy called Nikol Pashinyan, and he used the model of Gandhi. Mm-hmm. I mean, he was a friend of some of my friends in Armenia at that time. Mm-hmm. And he decided to do a Gandhian-like non-violent mobilization of the people against the corrupt government.
Now, this is only a couple of years ago, right?
2 years ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
2.5 years ago. And he succeeded. Mm-hmm. I mean, they got power. And they made a real non-violent revolution. There are not so many successful non-violent revolution. It was one. I mean, they really succeeded. And of course, everybody was very happy. And everybody was expecting that Nikol Pashinyan was going to open doors for new negotiation with Azerbaijan about Karabakh. Mm-hmm. He said he was going to do that. But he didn't do it.
Didn't he try? And
no, he didn't really try.
Carl Harris told me that he'd offered, but Azerbaijan, Aliyev said no.
No, that's not true. I mean, of course, the position of Azerbaijan from the beginning and of Armenia was always to say no at the first when there was a new round of negotiations, the first position of the two warring party was to say no. But of course, after some pressure, they could change their mind. Well, Pashinyan arriving to power, he said, okay, we want to open new negotiation. But then it wasn't the pressure inside Armenia because he was considered as a soft pacifist, and yet to show that he was not, Sarkisian and Pashinyan was still there. And there had some basis in the society. So to show that he was a tough guy, he made very nationalistic statement, and especially explaining that the occupied 7th district was part of Arstak. Arstak is the Armenian name for Nagorno-Karabakh.
Oh, I've seen that word, A-F-K-T-A-K.
Yes, yeah, Arstak.
Arstak is the Armenian word for Karabakh.
Yeah, but at the beginning, when the people were speaking of Arstak, Arstak is a very old name. It's to go back to the 6th century. There was a kingdom, Armenian kingdom called like that in the 6th century. Nobody used the word Arstak since centuries. But then it came back. At the beginning, meaning only Nagorno-Karabakh. But more and more, it was meaning Nagorno-Karabakh plus the 7th district, which of course is not the same. Because if you say that, that means that you don't want to negotiate.
Why?
Because the bargaining possibility from the beginning, Ter Petrosyan was knowing that very well, is to give back to Armenia at least 5 of these 7 districts. If you say they are part of they are Armenian forever, they are part of Arstak, you just say, go to hell with your negotiation. But that was totally crazy to do such a thing in 2019, because already everybody knew that the Azerbaijani was ready to go to war. They had started a small war in 2016, showing that they were ready and saying, I am a tough guy. You are not going to be able to do anything. At the moment where, military speaking, you are in a very, very, very bad situation. I mean, the balance of force, for example, to give you an example, the number of tanks of Azerbaijan was double than the number of tanks of Armenia. But the Azerbaijani had also very, very, very modern drones from Israel and from Turkey. And the Armenian had nothing to face these drones. So
you said something about drones.
Yeah, these drones. It's the first war where the first time in history that the drones are the essential weapons of a war. I mean, the Azerbaijani won the war with their soldiers. They won the war also, but it's much less important, with some mercenaries coming from Syria. But basically, they won the war with their drones, and the Israeli and Turkish drones. And
then they would put little bombs on
these drones
on a drone, and then they would drop these bombs.
Yeah, because these drones, of course, because it's a kind of traditional war. I mean, between two countries, two armies fighting each other for territory, and the drones make possible for those people who have the drones to attack some very, very precisely the position of the other 50 meters or 200 meters away.
You mentioned tanks. I can't visualize tanks in a very mountainous area. Isn't all of this region very mountainous?
Yes, it is very mountainous. But
tanks be able to have a tank war there?
No, it's most of the time small tanks, which are, but they are more used to occupy positions than to take positions. You take position with bombing by drones and then sending troops. So you had a lot of casualties in this war. We don't know exactly how many, maybe 5,000, maybe more. But it's essentially 99% young boys, young soldiers, young conscripts from the two countries, because they were just fighting directly. I mean, like in the First World War, with the drones used to destroy the position of the enemy, and that's explained. And from the beginning of the war, the Azerbaijani took over mainly because of their drones. The Russian was first of all, the Russian was selling weapons both to Azerbaijan and to Armenia.
Oh, that is terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible to send weapons at all, but it's worse to send it to both sides. That's all.
Of course. And of course, it's perfect for a weapon seller. You know, you can send. Then the Russian had their defense treaty with Armenia, but concerning only the territory of Armenia proper, not Karabakh. So they didn't move because Karabakh was on stake, not Armenia proper. In fact, the Russian was waiting before the Azerbaijani had a strong victory. And at the very moment when the Azerbaijani had a strong victory, the Russian immediately intervened to say, okay, stop it. We don't want the Azerbaijani to go further. And we are going to control the situation. That was the 9th of November, this few days ago. Mm-hmm. And the victory of the Azerbaijani was created by the takeover of the town of Shushi, as the Armenian state, or Shusha as the Azerbaijani state. Why? For two reasons, not only for one, for two reasons. First reason is strategic. When you control Shushi, you control the road between the main road between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, and you have under your fire 12 kilometers down. You know, you're on a hill, and just down 20 kilometers below, you have Stepanakert, the capital of Nagorno-Karabakh, where half of the population is living.
Mm-hmm. What's the population of Stepanakert?
150,000 inhabitants. Half of them in Stepanakert.
Not such a big city.
It's very small country. I mean, it's a very small.
Yeah.
And Stepanakert is 70,000 inhabitants. Shusha is 5,000. But the other reason why Shushi is so important is that before Soviet Union, at the time of the Russian Empire, Shushi or Shusha was the capital of the region and was a very important cultural center for the Azeri. There was a school of music which had influence in the whole region. Mm. There was some poets who were coming from Shusha, and they called Shusha, the Azeri, the Jerusalem of Caucasus.
So this is the Azeri Cultural Center.
Yeah, it was an Azeri Cultural Center, absolutely. So to take Shushi was, militarily speaking, a victory, but symbolically speaking, also a victory. And so the very day when the Azerbaijani troops took Shushi, Vladimir Putin said, okay, game over. The Azerbaijani have won. We don't want them to win more. We don't want them to enter in Stepanakert because that would mean too many casualties. We stopped the war and we imposed a ceasefire. The ceasefire is in the benefit of Azerbaijani. I can shortly explain how. Just showing once again a map. I explain the map, and I will show it again. So the striped part is controlled by the Azerbaijani troop. The pointed part is supposed to be given back by the Armenian to the Azerbaijani.
Now that's as of today.
Yeah, that's the situation today.
Today, the striped part is controlled by Azerbaijan, and what else now? Oh, that goes all the way around Nagorno-Karabakh. Surrounds it, does it?
Yeah, it surrounds totally Nagorno-Karabakh. Whether it's already controlled by Azerbaijanis, the striped part, or the pointed part,
okay. Well, I mean, too bad, because Nagorno-Karabakh, then, if they're Armenian, they're completely under the control of Azerbaijan.
Well, they are not exactly under the control of Azerbaijan, because the rest of it, where the Armenians are, is controlled by the Russian. So that it's
Okay,
became
so they used to have their troops in these surrounding territories. Those Armenian troops get out, go back to Armenia or Azerbaijan. I mean, Armenia or Nagorno-Karabakh. Where are these Armenian troops going to go now that they get out, have to leave?
Well, no, what is strange, the agreement doesn't say that the Armenian troops have to leave, except from this, except from this zone with the point. And nothing says they have to leave. They can stay there, but under Russian control. And
I see. They stay there, but the Russians are really running the show.
Exactly. And the Russians are controlling two highways, or one of them they have to build it, to control the movement between Armenia proper and what the remaining of Nagorno-Karabakh, and also to control the movement between what is called Nakhichevan, which is a part of Azerbaijan separated from Azerbaijan by Armenia, and Azerbaijan proper. That means the Russians have the total control of the situation.
Yeah.
Well, of course, they have some total control of the situation on the base of the Armenian defeat. They are very self-confident, the Russians, because they are sending only 2,000 troops, not very much, 90 tanks, 90 military vehicles. But they know that, for the moment at least, the Azerbaijani are not going to get further. They have their victory. Aliyev is very happy. He can make his dictatorship stronger. The Armenians are absolutely unable to react. They are totally in disarray. And so the Russians can control the situation for the time being. But if you don't find...
But my impression is that the populace of Armenia was not at all ready to accept this, and that they're against this, their prime minister. Isn't there so-called pacifist prime minister or president or whoever he is, isn't he in danger of losing control?
Yeah, he's in danger. He's physically in danger and he's politically in danger. Because, of course, the Armenian nationalists say that he is responsible of the defeat, which is obviously not true. I mean, the real responsible of the defeat are those who were before on power in Armenia, who never understood that the balance of force was changing, and we wanted to stay with the statu quo, and also so corrupt that part of the money for the army got to their pockets. But of course, today it's easy to say it's because of Nikol Pashinyan. So you have a real risk of a kind of a fascist nationalist regime in Armenia in the near future, which is not a big problem for Vladimir Putin and Russia. And we will not be able, at least for the coming years, to make anything against Azerbaijan because they have not the strength. So we are far from being...
it's not a happy solution.
Yeah, well...
so, what would have been a happy solution?
Well, the happy solution...
If you had been given control of the outcome, what would you have chosen?
Of course, the happy solution would have been the application of the Madrid Principle, and an agreement on the basis of Nagorno-Karabakh decide from his future, and of course, as the population is mainly Armenian, it will become Armenian. Then a security agreement to ensure that this Armenian territory will be linked with Armenia, and the return of all the Azerbaijani refugees to their destroyed villages and cities in the other part of the region. That will be that's still possible, but in a very after another war, so it's even more difficult. The only thing that makes me relatively optimistic is that during this war, despite the very, very, very strong nationalist feeling from both sides, you had the expression of peace voices, both sides, which was very courageous, mainly young people. who expressed through different ways, and also supported, that's also something very interesting, by a lot of Turkish people, because of course Turks is part of the story, because the Turks, Erdogan, the Turkish leaders had been supporting totally Azerbaijan and made this war a personal victory. But maybe because of that, you had a lot of Turks who signed some peace statements together with Azerbaijanis and Armenians. So that could be considered as nothing, but it's not nothing at all. I mean, it shows that there is still a small way, but a way to not reconciliation, but a peaceful way, a peaceful settlement. It's not totally out of.
I think Erdogan is really in control in Turkey, isn't he?
No, he's not. He looks to be totally in control, but he's not really totally in control. He's facing a very, very, very strong financial crisis. He has a big COVID problem. By the way, everybody has a big COVID problem in the region. And half of the population, say 50% of the population, is clearly against him. I mean, of course, you can also say that 50% of the population is clearly supporting him. But he's not, he's not, Aliyev in Azerbaijan is controlling 80 or 90% of the population. It's not the case of Erdogan. Of course, these militaristic adventures that he has developed these recent years in Syria, in Libya, this aggressive position he has in the Western Mediterranean is something that he is using for internal reason. I am the Reis, as he said, I am the chief. We are gaining victories and so on. But a lot of Turkish people don't follow that. I mean, they just want, are not very happy with what's going on. And also his relation with Russia is complicated. Russia.
I don't understand that at all.
But they can agree to put the European and United States and Western out of the region. For that they agree, and they succeeded. Because today the European and the United States are totally out of the region. But of course, in that done, they have contradictory interests.
Mm-hmm.
So to a certain, so they are adversary. They are not enemies, but they are adversary. And for example,
maybe my confusion has to do with, I don't understand Erdogan's relationship to NATO and to EU. I mean, Turkey was trying so hard to get into EU and never got an absolute zero, never answer. And sort of my understanding is that they began cozying up to Russia just to show their defiance of Europe and the US. But, so I still don't understand which side he's on,
Well, he's on the Erdoganist side.
He's what?
Erdoganist. I mean, he's supporting himself. He wants to be the new sultan. He wants to be the new, make Turkey a new regional power. He has not all the means to do that, but he had some of the means. But at the beginning, he had a very, very coherent strategy. The strategy was negotiate with the European Union, stay in NATO, develop the Turkish influence. It was put in form by his Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Davutoglu, which became Prime Minister after. But nobody noticed that he has fired this Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, Davutoglu, had said, we want zero problem with the neighborhood. But we want to develop the soft power of Turkey and the economical and political influence everywhere around us, like in Ukraine, like in Bosnia-Herzegovina, like in Albania, like in Egypt, like in Iraq. They made the agreement with the Kurds in Iraq, not with the Kurds within Turkey. Mm-hmm. And we want to have the best possible relation with Russia. And if the Europeans don't want us, just forget about it. And there was a 0-0-0 answer attempt for Turkey to go in the European Union by the French president, by Nicolas Sarkozy explicitly.
Sarkozy said never, never, never?
Yeah, absolutely. And so did François Hollande, and so did Emmanuel Macron. The French said no, no, no.
Really, really. Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't aware of that firmness. Okay.
But today, Erdogan is not trying to have no problem with the neighborhood. He has problem with all the neighborhood, in a way.
Yeah.
That's why I say he's not so strong. I mean, because this following this kind of ultra nationalistic, not only Islamic, but he was a sort of relatively conservative Islamist.
Mm-hmm.
His model was the Christian Social Union of Bavaria. He said that.
Bavaria?
Bavaria, in the south of Germany.
Yeah.
In the Christian Democrats in Germany, the right wing is the Bavarians, called CSU.
Oh, okay.
And Erdogan once said, my model is CSU. I want to be the equivalent
Really?
of this conservative but democratic kind of party that you have in Europe as a Christian, me as a Muslim. He said that in the beginning of the 2000s. Today is absolutely an Islamo-nationalist, but I would say more nationalist than Islamo, even if he uses Islam as much as he can.
Mm-hmm.
And he's allied with because there's not a majority today in Turkey without the support of the fascist party called MHP, which is a fascist party, extremely anti-Armenian and anti-Western.
What do they take? What is their position toward Erdogan?
They support him.
The fascists do. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, that figures. Okay. Okay. So now, what does he get out of this alliance with Azerbaijan?
Well, first of all, the Azerbaijan are allied with Erdogan, but they are not subject to Erdogan. For example, if they have to choose between Russia and Turkey, they can choose Russia. They have much more interest to have good relations with Russia than with Turkey.
But Russia is more in favor of Armenia.
No, Russia is in favor of Russia.
I don't have the right kind of mind.
It's a bit like the Israelis. The Russian population is in favor of Armenians much more than of Azerbaijanis.
Mm-hmm.
But the Russian military-industrial complex or the Russian oil complex is much more in favor of Azerbaijan than of Armenia.
Okay.
So Russia is keeping contacts always with Armenia, and Azerbaijan, of course, Azeri people are speaking nearly the same language than the Turks, and they have a lot of connection between Azerbaijan and Turkey, but the powers are not the same. I mean, it's totally a false idea to understand Aliyev in Azerbaijan as a sort of a puppet from Erdogan. No, he's totally, he has his total autonomy. And of course, he's very pleased to have Turkey on his side, but he's not at all a vassal of Erdogan.
Okay, what does this do to the whole dynamics of the larger region? That is, if you include, Russia, Turkey, etc. Well, the U.S. isn't, I guess, relevant anymore. But I'm wondering, what was Putin's game plan? You make it sound as if he was deliberately waiting until the right moment to move and to take the position that he took a few days ago, because that puts him in charge. And was that all he was looking out for? Was to get control in the region with his peacekeepers and so on, and if so, what does that have to do with Turkey? Because it's really, the relationship between Turkey and Russia seems to be changing, or has over the last couple of years. I guess they've become closer. For example, Turkey buys weapons from Russia now, and the U.S. didn't much like that, right? Because they were part of NATO and so on.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to think, this war, what difference is it going to make now that there's sort of an outcome? Maybe it's not a final outcome, but it sounds like it's going to stay in place for a while. What's that going to do to the strength of different players in the region?
Well, it's difficult to say, but for sure it is an outcome. Of course, we don't know what will be the situation in a few years. It's a victory for Putin. I'm totally sure that he waited for the right time to intervene from the beginning. I'm practically convinced that he knew about the Azerbaijani offensive, because he's supposed to have some good secret services, and he has satellite and so on, so he could, and didn't tell the Armenians to waiting for
now,
the
didn't most of the Armenians trust that he was their friend, and they were surprised that he didn't come and help them sooner?
Yeah, absolutely. And then, so he has a great victory, because of course he doesn't control Azerbaijan, but the Azerbaijani will be very happy that it ended like that, at least for the present time. And he let Turkey out of the settlement. The Turks are now negotiating to have some kind of monitoring of the ceasefire. But the Russians have said, okay, but without any Turkish troops on the ground. You can just
fly over and look down or something.
Send a few diplomats if you want, we don't mind, but maybe we will ask also 2 French to come to make it more, something like that. And so that's a very complex relation between Turkey and Russia, because at the same time, during the same moment, the Turks and the Russians are negotiating and fighting each other in Syria and in Libya. They are negotiating together and fighting each other. In Syria, the Russians are supporting the Assad regime, and Turks are supporting the rebels. In Libya, Russians are supporting the so-called Western forces, that is the people supported by Egypt and the Emirates, and also by France, by the way. And the Turks are supporting the other forces, which are supported by the Muslim Brotherhood, by the Turks, who send some soldiers and some weapons, and by the Italians. So you see the complexity of the situation.
The Italians were engaged.
Italians and French not supporting the same camp. Look how ridiculous the situation is. And of course, Russian and Turks use that. But at the same time, the Turks are making some weapons agreements with the Ukrainian, which can be a provocation against the Russian. These famous drones that they have used in Azerbaijan, they are going to sell it, the Turkish drones, to sell it to the Ukrainians. And of course, the Russians don't like it at all, so they are not really stabilizing the region.
Is there anybody with a bigger vision of what could be done to create a more decent kind of stability?
Well, in the short term, I don't see anybody, because the Europeans have put themselves out of the game. I mean, and the Americans too. I mean, 20 years ago, the voice of the Europeans and the Americans were listened to in the region. So now you have just commercial oil companies who are acting in the region.
At least there are young people who are interested in peace. But in a previous conversation with you, I believe you said that it was hard to get them to speak on the record about their feelings while the war was going on. Would you say that there can now be some kind of movement that would integrate the activists or the pro-peace forces in all of these countries, and a meeting of some kind, a Helsinki Citizens Assembly, for example?
After the first war, after the war of 1988 to 1994, there were real activities, peace activities in the region. For example, Armenians and Azerbaijanis was regularly meeting in Georgia, because Georgia was a neutral country, and supported by Georgian activists locally. And they had some support from Westerners, from Russians, peace activists, I mean, and also to a certain extent from some official bodies like European Union. It disappeared progressively in the after 2003, 2004, and especially after 2011, I would say. It has to be renewed. For example, we are looking to see if it's not immediately, but in the near future, if we have the possibility to make meeting in Georgia. We have much more Russians involved in peace activities than before. You have a lot of people abroad. The diaspora has been widened. I mean, you have now Azerbaijani people meeting with Armenian people in Berlin, or in Prague, or in London, and discussing what to do. Not so much in Paris, unfortunately. I mean, just for the moment, the problem is in Armenia, you have in a defeat situation, and those who want to raise their voice for peace will be immediately considered as traitors, even if there is still a freedom of speech in Armenia. And in Azerbaijan, anybody who say, okay, we win the war, but now we have to be tolerant, are spoiling the victory to a certain extent. But already some did. Already some Azerbaijani people did that.
So I expect you're going to be involved in that. If anything happens, you'll be there.
Well, of course, as much as I can, because also we have also COVID making things complicated.
This has been extremely interesting. That's very helpful.
You can't be optimistic in the short term. And some people from former Yugoslavia at the end of the war of Yugoslavia had invented the concept of post-pessimism.
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 Well, okay, you and I can be post-pessimists, but
yeah, it was young people from Kosovo, from Serbia, from Bosnia and Herzegovina. They invented this post-pessimist.
Thank you so much, and we'll be back in touch.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and good morning to you and to Richard Denton. Today we're going to talk about the Rotary Club, which I've heard about all my life, but my goodness, I'm impressed with them lately. I'm just finding out all the wonderful things that Rotarians do. And Richard Denton is a big-time Rotarian. He's also big time in a whole bunch of other things. He is the co-chair of the North American IPPNW, which is the International Provisions for Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. Right. And he's involved with Pugwash, very involved, and with the Canadian Voice of Women for Peace. I've just teased him about being the first bearded lady in the Canadian Organization of Women. Okay, and so we're going to have a conversation about all these wonderful organizations that he's engaged in, and he might recruit a few of you. I should say that if you're watching this live, you can write a question in on the chat box, and my assistant, Adam Wynn, is watching. And if he sees a really interesting question, he's authorized to interrupt our conversation on Zoom and ask Richard whatever question he has in mind. So you may have a chance to put a question directly to Richard Denton. Good morning, Richard.
Hello.
Wonderful to see you.
Hi, Kevin. Great to see you.
And wonderful to see this wonderful background, which you tell me is not a green screen, but some wonderful, tricky thing that you can put on your computer. So it's
for virtual background.
Virtual background, yeah. And you have all these words that mean peace, Frieden and Pace, and I don't know, some of these other paz. Yeah, in all these different languages. Is this Rotarian? I see a gear wheel, which must be a rotary symbol. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. Over that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the rotary wheel. This was actually designed by a fellow Rotarian, and I liked it, and she was kind enough to offer it to me.
Okay, so that gear wheel, though, has been around a while, right? It must have been the founding symbol of the organization.
Correct. Rotary is the oldest and largest service club in the world. It was founded by a lawyer, Paul Harris, in 1905. And we now have 1.2 million Rotarians. And really, we probably have about 2 million, because when you add younger people that are in Rotaract, Interact, and spouses, then it swells to about 2 million.
What is Rotaract? ACT is the ending of it?
Correct. And it is for young people, university age, and then on up. It used to end at about 30, 35, and now there is no limit. And it is now functions pretty much the same as Rotary. It's on just about equal par with Rotary, and will be in 2022.
What happens? They have their own separate meetings, or do you get together, or what's the relationship between oldsters and youngsters?
Well, obviously, we're all working in our motto is service above self. So we work on projects to better our community, to better our world. And often we will work together, and also can work separately as clubs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And is it always my impression is that it's quite a progressive organization. In general, you don't, I guess anybody could call their orientation service, but is there some sort of consensus about what kind of service you want to perform in the world?
Well, yes. I mean, there's lots of service organizations, Lions, Kiwanis, etc. And our motto is service above self. So as I said, service to our community and to the world. We follow what is called the four-way test. And one of my mentors has taken the four-way test and turned it upside down. And so the four-way test is, will it be beneficial to all? Will it bring goodwill and friendship? Will it be fair to all? And then when you develop a relationship with another person, then you have that trust between each other. Then you can get into the nitty-gritty, which is the fourth question: is it the truth? And so you can apply this to just about anything, to any type of discussion, be it in your marriage, be it in your workplace, be it in world politics. And we feel that, if there were more Rotarians in politics who applied the four-way test, the world would be a much better place.
Mm-hmm. How do Rotarians get along with other service clubs? you know, like lions and elks, and I don't know what all there are, but there are a number of other, I think of them back in the day when I was in high school. I used to be invited to give talks to the Lions Club lunches. And I think they gave me a couple of $100 for the university in the long run for me to go away to Berkeley. So I don't know that they were all that progressive, although I didn't try to poke them and find out. Do all of these service clubs have a lot in common, or is there, do you have strong cleavages between groups of service clubs?
Well, certainly I would say there's no cleavages. I mean, we're all helping our own communities and to better the world. I think each club has their own niche. And so, here in Canada, you hear of the Kiwanis Music Festival, and they put that on. Mm-hmm. Rotary has historically been a men's club, old gray-haired men who were the top of their businesses and professions. And you wanted, even back in 1905, they looked for diversity so that you would not have two doctors in a club. You would just have one, and you would try to have representatives from a variety of professions. Now, of course, what happened then was that, I'm a family physician, but you could have a surgeon, you could have a pathologist, you could have any other type of doctor in sort of subcategories. So that's how they used to get around it.
So the idea is to prevent competition. Two doctors trying to steal each other's practice. Was that the original?
I would say actually no. The idea was to certainly network. So different business people would network together. And we often have sort of the joke that you're an outstanding Rotarian. So instead of being in a conference listening to the speaker, you're often out in the hallway, outstanding in the hallway, and talking with colleagues about other business pursuits. So it was very much an organization along those historical lines. Now, as you say, yes, we are a very progressive organization, and now we allow anybody who still holds our values, our core values, and who has the time and the energy to put into service projects. And so that is still the core value of the organization, is to work helping others in a variety of ways.
Well, I can tell anybody without even asking that your core value is peace, and that your work within Rotary must also represent your work for peace, right? So tell us about the you have a committee, a peace committee or something, don't you?
Well, in Rotary, there are what we call 6 areas of focus, which are health, water and sanitation, looking at a number of areas, of which peace is also one. And then, being a progressive organization, we have just added the environment as the 7th area of focus. So we're now looking at climate change and how to address that. Mm-hmm. But the major project that Rotary has been involved in, of course, is Polio Plus. And we have raised $1 billion to immunize, vaccinate the world. And the Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation has matched that with another $1 billion. And so we have almost eliminated polio, plus several other illnesses in the world, such that now only Pakistan and Afghanistan are the only countries in the world that actually have live polio cases.
Yeah, I was hearing about that a few years ago. And then was it after that that there was a real problem? I think wasn't it in Pakistan that the US government sent out really spies, I mean, local, disguised as vaccinator promoters. And this turned the public against them. Something stores. I'm sure I'm not telling this right.
Well, yes, that's the story. The American government had people going around pretending to be vaccinators, and they were then able to locate Osama bin Laden by that technique, and found out his location by through that. And then, of course, as a result, now people have a great distrust for vaccinators in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And so that has done a great disservice to our organization and to what we are trying to do.
And to the cause of ending
polio.
Polio, yeah, sure. Well, is there a possibility, or has Rotary considered mobilizing people to go out and administer COVID vaccines? Looks like now they're gearing up, at least in the US, and I'm sure that other countries as well. I don't know, I haven't seen that much about Canada, but to take over stadiums and have people go to stadiums in, that kind of numbers to get their stuff jabbed in their arm. Could ordinary people, could I, for example, if I were able and interested, volunteer to give these vaccinations, or would it really require medical personnel to do it?
Good question, Meta. Certainly Rotary is using expertise in vaccinations, and because of our experience with polio, and we have the word polio plus, meaning that we also vaccinate for other diseases, the measles, mumps, rubella, those sort of things. And so we are now doing, just as you say, using that expertise to vaccinate against COVID-19. So
I presume there's no real trick to, in fact, I've myself done it. I was an office nurse for a few years, and I've injected people occasionally. But I think that the rationale was that you need to have a medical person around in case there was somebody with a reaction, an immediate serious reaction. But I know they give vaccinations at my local pharmacy. I don't know I don't think they do COVID, but they do some kind of vaccinations. So to what extent is that going to, I know we're veering off topic, but I am curious about whether or not that is going to have to be a limiting factor, making it necessary to have medical people nearby in case somebody has an adverse reaction.
Well, certainly that is the case. Now with polio, it came in the two forms, the Sabin and the Salk. One was an injection, and therefore, yes, you did need to have medical personnel. The other was given as a drop on the sugar cube, or just a drop in the baby's mouth, child's mouth. And so as an oral, it was much safer to give. It didn't require the refrigeration so much, and quote, any volunteer basically could give that. You're right. When you're injecting a needle, though, you do risk, there is the risk of anaphylactic reaction, which the patient can have what one might call the Darth Vader syndrome, where they lose their ability to breathe. Their throat will swell up, and they can die. And so you need to have medical personnel who are trained in resuscitation and could administer the drugs immediately to prevent that.
Mm-hmm. Some kind of epinephrine or something like that. Is that what they give?
Correct. Yes, adrenaline, epinephrine is the first drug, and then steroids, and then antihistamines.
So maybe if we have a whole stadium full of people, there might be a couple of people around, just in case, who could do
Correct.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, you
Okay.
certainly need that.
Okay. Well, now we've gone astray from talking about the Rotary to.
Well, that's all part of Polio Plus, which is Rotary's big project.
Aha. Well, good. Wonderful. I didn't know any of that. But I know that you have this Rotary Peace Organization, which must be some sort of club within the club. Is that the general idea? Tell us about that.
Well, we are individual Rotarians that are concerned about the risks of nuclear weapons. And I think, as we have seen this past week down in the United States, with the storming of the Capitol buildings, things can go wrong. And we have the president who has his sole authority to push the button. In his conversations there, to put it mildly, with the leader of North Korea, they were joking.
Little Rocket Man, as he called him.
They weren't joking, unfortunately, but they were talking about who had the biggest button and whether it would work or not. And we've got 9 countries in the world who now have nuclear weapons. And so it is based on having a rational person who is in control. And this may not be the case. I mean, one can look at presidents of the United States. John F. Kennedy was in pain and on narcotics, which can affect your mental abilities. Ronald Reagan was suffering from Alzheimer's in his latest stages. You got Brezhnev, who may have been intoxicated at times. So those are some areas where you worry about. You obviously need safeguards. So the military is instructed, of course, not to do anything that is illegal, but at the same time, they need to follow the orders of their commander-in-chief, who is the president. So that is a concern. The other concern is certainly the risk of accidents and miscalculations. We've seen several movies, Command and Control. We've seen The Man Who Saved the World, about a Russian who thought that Russia was being attacked by nuclear weapons, but did not launch a counterattack until he had, sort of, quote, visual proof or radar proof.
Well, I think he didn't believe it. That's the thing. He was supposed to believe it because this was supposed to be the rock solid evidence. But in fact, he knew damn well it wasn't. And and he used good sense, you know. That's Stanislav Petrov. Yeah.
Yeah. But there's been numerous other examples during the Cuban Missile Crisis. We now know that the Americans found a Russian sub. They didn't realize that it was nuclear armed. They started throwing depth charges at it. The Russians on board said, hey, World War III has broken out. We need to launch our missiles. 2 of them said yes, and a third said no. And so he was also a Russian man who saved the world.
Absolutely. Well, we're all in the business of saving the world. This is Project Save the World that we're on.
Exactly.
And you do as much as anybody I know in those regards. I have to really, really admire your commitment. I don't know anybody who's got more zeal for the kind of work that you do.
Well,
And-
you're my mentor. You're the one who's done this project on how to save the world and come up with your 6 possible risks to the world.
Well, they're actually some of them fairly similar to the things that the Rotarians had already identified. Although I must say, not many people were thinking about pandemics when we formed Project Save the World. And we said a pandemic is up there right with some of the worst ones as
Exactly.
a threat to humankind. And I guess we've been vindicated for what it's worth. If anybody wants to feel proud of having anticipated COVID, I guess Bill Gates is probably the main one who anticipated that and saw how dangerous the situation was. And if you compare what we've been going through to some of the previous pandemics, it's hard to say this, but we kind of got off easy because there have been pandemics that have wiped out even a larger proportion of the human population. So, I think really what we need is a movement, a social movement, because, there is no social movement like a peace movement or a hunger campaigns for food in the world or some of these other social movements. There isn't anything for the general public to work on preventing pandemics. It seems to me that the people working against pandemics are all professional public health experts or epidemiologists or people in people who are paid to do medical work. So I think we need to kind of build up awareness in the general public of the importance of the transmission of viruses and things from animals to people and maybe from people to animals. I don't know. But that kind of One Health approach could stand with some help. Maybe we can get Rotary to take part in that kind of orientation.
Right. Well, first of all, you are my mentor. And certainly the How to Save the World looked at 6 risks. And I think what the pandemic has shown is that all of these risks are global problems. They transcend borders, and countries around the world have not prepared for these catastrophes. So I think what we need to do is have a new mindset, a new way of thinking, to stop spending money on the military and to spend it on treating the 6 areas of your focus, which are, as you say, also the 6 and now 7 areas of focus for Rotary. In terms of health and infections and sanitation and water. And all of these then go together to create peace. And, what we're finding now is that, you can't vaccinate in Pakistan and Afghanistan if you don't have peace, if you don't have trust, if you cannot build up relationships with people. And so peace is, on the one hand, it's fundamental. And one of the things that Rotary is involved in now is the Institute for Economics and Peace that has come out with what they call the 8 pillars of positive peace. We think of peace as a negative thing, the absence of violence, the absence of fear of violence. Mm-hmm. But this Australian, Steve Killia, founded this institute and came up with a global peace index, a way of measuring peace. And he looks at things like a well-functioning government, equitable distribution of resources, a free flow of information instead of the fake news and the propaganda that we have now. Having good relationships with our neighbors, Whereas and working cooperatively together, multilaterally, multi nations together. And I think this is where the United Nations could play a much larger role if it gets better funded. You could look at human levels or levels of human capital. It would be much more important to fund scientists and science working on your 6 problems as opposed to modernizing nuclear weapons at a cost of $1 trillion plus over the next 20 to 30 years. There's the acceptance of human rights. We've certainly seen this in this past year with Black Lives Matter, and here in Canada we have systemic racism with our Indigenous people. Low levels of corruption is another area, and certainly again in the military, if a hammer costs $3, but if you put military on it, it suddenly jumps to 20 or more dollars for the same hammer. And then, of course, sound business environment. So all of these things are all interrelated. And, I think, as you say, Meta, back during the Cold War, we had a social movement against nuclear weapons. Now, the Greta Thunbergs and our young people, our interactors, high school people are now addressing the climate crisis. Down in the States, they're addressing gun violence. But all of these are interrelated, and what we need to do is to show that and to show how you can have desertification of land, which will dry up. People will then be forced into starvation. You'll have famine, which is one of your areas of focus again. People will then move, become refugees. We then, what do? We then give them arms and weapons. And then that creates more refugees who then try to flee the violence. And then Canada then looks to taking in the refugees. And I think this is the problem, is that we often don't look at the root of problems, and we just try to address them superficially, saying, okay, we'll take in the refugees, as opposed to saying, okay, why did this happen in the first place? It's the climate, and it's us selling arms. And
I think the thing is, people often say, well, we just can only do so much, so let's pick one of these things and work on it. The truth is, I think that if you work on them all together, it gets easier because they're so connected. Everything's connected to everything else,
Correct. The interdependent web.
You can't really solve any one of them without doing something on some of the others. So just the example you gave of this chain of disasters, one leading to the other. Absolutely. We have to think of it that way. And if we address it as a package, then okay. So, oh boy, it's wonderful to be on the same team as you. And you know what?
Thank you.
We've only talked about Rotary. We haven't even given you time yet to talk about IPPNW. And that's where, you are the co-chair, the North American co-chair of this International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, which is a Nobel Peace Prize winner from way back and did a huge amount during the Cold War to really change policies, especially I think in Russia, maybe in the US to some extent. But let's talk a little bit about that before we wind this up.
Well, I think maybe that's it. We should end on a hopeful note. And this week, on Friday, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons comes into effect, and this will make nuclear weapons illegal. We've known that they've always been immoral, illogical, and insane, and now they are illegal as well. And yes, IPPNW, it was founded equally by a Russian and an American cardiologist who both looked after their own leaders and were able to influence their leaders and bring them together and eventually to end the Cold War. And for that, we got the the Nobel Peace Prize in '85. Now we formed the International Campaign Against Nuclear Weapons, ICAN, which got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017.
And it was largely supported by IPPNW too. You were kind of a...
It was founded by IPPNW. And now it's brought in all of these various peace organizations around the world, and they pushed the countries to form the UN nuclear ban treaty in 2017. So the NGOs, the non-government organizations, like the International Red Cross and Red Crescent societies, and all these other peace organizations came together and pushed the states, the various states, to actually come up with this new treaty. And so this is definitely a positive note. I think IPPNW is working again. It's an international organization, and it is working on a number of fronts. In the United States, our members, Dr. Ira Helfand, has come up with Back from the Brink, which has our 5 steps, not to be spending the vast sums of money on nuclear weapons, to have a no first use, to remove the president from having the sole authority to launch an attack, etc. And so I think, we're looking at Don't Bank on the Bomb, which is a program to divest money from nuclear weapons and their delivery systems and put that into the climate crisis, and to address pandemics and to all the other global problems that need global answers through a strengthened United Nations.
Well, within about 24 hours, we're going to have a new president of the United States who will make all of those things a little bit easier anyway. I don't think he's a red hot disarmament person yet, but maybe we can push things in that direction. Anyway, you know what? We need to talk about IPPNW further. So later on, I'm going to get you and somebody else, or maybe a couple of other people from IPPNW, together for a whole conversation about IPPNW. Because
we've
talked about, we've given our attention so far to Rotary, which absolutely deserves it. And now we'll move on to some other group one of these days. So, all right. Thank you so much, Richard. This has been extremely enjoyable and informative, because you've told me some things I didn't know, and I bet you a lot of other people don't know either. So,
thank you very much,
Meta. Share this with other people if you have any opportunity to do so, and maybe we'll get some new Rotarians in the world. Who knows?
Well, that's what we're looking forward to do, is to increase our membership throughout the world. Definitely.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Have a great day, Richard.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and today we have to deal with this very serious matter. You've got to pull up your socks and pay some taxes, and I do too. Only we maybe can get them back in other ways. And it's about carbon. We've got to stop global warming, and by all means, for sure, the first and most important way of getting there, it includes a tax on carbon. So I'm telling you the punchline right up front, because we're going to have a conversation about it. And we're going to talk with two new friends of mine, Mark Tabbert and Philip Chipman, who are both in Southern California. And both of them are extremely engaged with an outfit called Citizens Climate Lobby, which they have just persuaded me to join. So I'm now a member too, although I don't know a thing about it yet. Anyway, hello, fellas. It's good to see you.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, we're going
to
to talk about carbon and carbon taxation, I think, more than anything else, or you can stray off and talk about your organization too, if you want. So who's going to lead off and tell us why we have to pay some taxes on carbon?
If you take, in the United States at least, if you take your political bias and set it aside and you study what our options are to deal with the problem of climate change, you're going to come up with the same conclusion Citizens Climate Lobby has. You're going to want to put a price on carbon that steadily rises over time, year to year. And you're going to take that money and you're going to return it to all Americans, or in your case, all Canadians, on an equal basis. So the richest man in Canada and the poorest man in Canada gets the same dividend. And what that does is it protects the bottom of the income spectrum and also most of the middle class. In the United States, our numbers show that about 2/3 of Americans break even or come out ahead on this transaction.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens?
By the way, I've heard that that's true in Canada too, that although most Canadians don't know it, they actually get a little bit more money back than they put in if they do a carbon tax.
So if you go to citizensclimatelobby.org, and by the way, citizensclimatelobby.org basically started in the United States in San Diego. It grew in the United States, and then it grew in Canada. And in Canada, the Canadian chapters have done actually more good work than Americans in terms of getting results in Parliament. We have a bill in Congress, or we had a bill in Congress that'll be reintroduced for this new Congress. We had 86 co-sponsors on that bill, but you already have a prime minister that's got a carbon tax.
Theoretically, the provinces have the right to decide what to do. The prime minister has simply said, if you don't, I will, because he seems to have enough power to be able to impose a carbon tax if using whatever methods he wants to use for calculating it, if a province refuses. But the provinces vary a lot.
When we give a dividend to people to protect them from rising fossil fuel prices, many people will ask us in presentations, well, if I get the money and I can keep buying fossil fuels because now I've got more money to do it with, then what's the purpose? The purpose is twofold. One is in the United States, we can't pass a new tax, because the Republicans wouldn't let us. And actually, a lot of Democrats don't want a new tax.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to give the money back to people to give them the right to spend the money they want to, the way they want to. So if the United States does something to tax carbon and China and India and Canada doesn't do what we're doing, then we charge a duty of tariff on imports. So we believe this to be a global solution. We get a dividend to protect us, but corporations, companies don't get a dividend. Companies from day one see their energy costs rise if they continue to use fossil fuels. And in the United States, 2/3 of our carbon footprint in the United States comes from companies, not from your cars, not from your lights and heating and air conditioning. We think our carbon footprint is all about our gasoline and all about our heating and cooling and all, but it's not the truth. Mm-hmm. It's a misconception that's been, and a lot of environmental groups don't make that clear to us. It's everything we buy, every time we spend a penny, we're burning carbon, no matter what you buy. Because there's carbon behind every transaction in the marketplace, and companies are covering 2/3 of those, and they're charging us through the price they charge us for their goods.
I didn't realize that 2/3 of the carbon emissions come from corporations or businesses.
Yes.
That's worth knowing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm gonna show you a pie chart, and I'll back that up.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
also,
Go.
I'm going to show you a wonderful tool that rationalizes carbon tax or carbon price or carbon fee. I became a member of the climate lobby only a couple of years ago. Also, I met with Meta through Mark, and she sent me this wonderful briefing that she did back in 2008, July, with a man by the name of Peter Victor. Carbon tax, what we're going to show you, doesn't force you to rely on science, which is really beautiful. It forces you to think about the economics of it, and you end up saving money. That's the beauty of it. So we're gonna. Oh, a little background on me. Just so, who am I? I have a aero degree from Purdue University back in '69. Worked for Boeing, or Rockwell and Boeing. Boeing bought Rockwell for 32 years. So my whole career is based upon science. If I don't believe science, I can't make the systems work. Um, I'm currently in retirement, but I help out. I'm an advisor for UCI. And this is a UCI Energy Invitational. It's an event that UCI put on. The question is, how far could you go on $1 worth of energy for an hour?
Mm.
And so the entries were other colleges at the time. This is back in 2010. That's when they started this. And you'd run around the course for an hour, and they measure the amount of energy that you use. Of course, this is an electric car, so they had to measure the watts. So I won that, the greatest projected distance, and then in 2012, I became the overall winner. But I found out that electric cars were only part of the solution, and a very small part at that. It's just a thin line in a pie chart I'm going to show you. So what are these greenhouse gases? Well, you can see the bulk of them are the carbon dioxide from fossil fuel and industrial processes. And that includes making clothing and all the other types of plastics. From forestry, and then methane, which is 20 times more powerful than carbon dioxide. 20, I've seen figures actually up to 100. Then we have nitrous oxide, which is another product of fossil fuels. And then we have fluorinated gases. Fluorinated gases are man-made gases that stay in the atmosphere for centuries and contribute to a global greenhouse effect. There are 4 types: hydrofluorocarbons, purofluorocarbons, sulfur hexafluoride, and nitrogen triofluoride. So those are the fluorinated gases.
Okay. Well, if you've read this book, Drawdown,
right,
they put down. They say that the most powerful thing in the greenhouse gases, the most important thing that we could do to reduce global warming would be to reduce that stuff, those chlorofluorocarbons, because they're the coolant in our air conditioners and refrigerators. Right. And when we take them out to the city dump, they leak and they get out into the atmosphere. And so what we should be doing is somehow finding a way to capture that stuff and not let it out.
The next graph is actually one of yours also. And this shows from 1979 all the way to 2005 the amount of greenhouse gases and the different types and their contributions.
Oh, what are the colors? What are the colors? Oh, I see.
They're up here. Now I'm going to show you an updated chart. I found a new one, same chart, that goes to 2019. If you notice, the last chart ended at about 1.2. There's been no drop off, no change. It's actually gone up. It's gotten worse. And I think that's because China and the other developing countries are just consuming more, and cars, and they're just contributing. You can't stop it. That's a population effect.
I think even the U.S. has continued to increase. And China, correct. I believe I was told that they hope that they can peak it at about 2050 or something pretty far off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're not even getting close.
Oh, Drawdown is an interesting book in that it describes the ways you can do through different techniques to bring down global warming, but it doesn't combine them all. It approaches them individually, which is wonderful, the payoff and what you have to do. So that's a wonderful resource. The tool I'm going to show you combines all that and shows
beautiful.
you the other way I look at this is if you try to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, you have to go and regulate all these areas, which is a tremendous effort. Takes a huge amount of government staff and control and rules and you know every one of them will be fought to the death by the whoever makes money, because we're in a capitalistic system.
Yeah.
You can't ignore it. So that approach will not work, in my opinion. So, but let's go to the next slide before I talk about the solution. This is your slide, and I really like it. This is my favorite one. You summarized back in 2008, the most effective and efficient policy would result in a deep greenhouse gas emission reduction is a market-based policy, such as an emissions tax. Now, you had a cap and trade system, and I marked that out because it's been found in the last few years that there's a lot of loopholes. Every time a cap and trade is instituted, industry figures out a way to get around it, and they still emit as much CO2. It's terrible.
Right. Well, I have to apologize for that, even including that, because already I knew that was the case. And I got into a big argument with some people about that because, Canada basically was going for cap and trade.
Yeah.
And my friends thought I was, I don't know, off base.
Well, you were ahead of your time.
Right. It just is much more efficient to get. In fact, I still have friends who will say that regulation or cap and trade would be the way to go, and I think they're full of it.
Yeah, I just read articles in the last year that debunked this cap and trade. What's really happening? See, I thought cap and trade was fine too because I was told.
Yeah.
And also I'm going to show you in the tool that you should complement the emissions tax with other regulatory policies. They complement it, but they don't have to be as fierce. So anyway, let's go to the next slide. Here's carbon tax proportions. I thought this was kind of interesting. This is a relative tax rate per BTU. That's British thermal units. That's a way of measuring energy. So gas, oil, coal obviously is the worst. We know that. Oil's less, and gas, which is constantly promoted in the US, natural gas as the solution, is not the solution. It's just a better solution than coal or oil. So it's relative. This is carbon tax rebate. This is from one of your slides, but I updated it because the tax started at $20 per ton in 2019, will rise to 10. And I think the next slide, this is 2020. It was announced that you're going to increase it by 566%.
Good for us.
What?
Good for us.
You'll see this is remarkable. This is really leading the world, in my opinion.
Really?
Yes. And now what we have is the Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. We don't call it a tax because that turns people off. And it does exactly
Craig Smith and Bill Fletcher call it a carbon fee.
Yes, that's a softer. That's a softer presentation, yes. And this is what Mark was talking about, is that the fee, and the fee gets deposited in this trust fund, and then it's paid out to U.S. citizens. This is the current state of the world. 25 countries out of 195 have a carbon tax.
That's pathetic. That's really sad.
And this is the one where I put arrows on all the provinces that have a scheme on taxing. And I said, okay, Alberta's got SGER. What the heck is SGER? So I went over here and I spelled them out. There's SGER, Specified Gas Emitter Regulation. That's what they call it. So your provinces are doing their own thing. I think, what do we got? RGGI, that's a fun, I forget who they are, but anyway, Quebec has a carbon, has the cap and trade, which is interesting. And British Columbia has this thing called a GERCA, Greenhouse Gas Industrial Reporting and Control Act. So it's all over the place. You got to learn all of them. But United States is no different than Canada. California has its own. Where is it? Right there. California has its own cap and trade. So we kind of lead the nation as far as the environment goes, and we are able to get this through. But I'm afraid that we're the only one. So that was interesting. You can see back in 1992 and up in 2017, we're up to 42. That's a far cry.
What are these red bars that jump at 2006?
The red, Finland.
Finland?
Yes.
Boy, they really went all out, didn't they? All of a sudden, bang.
Yeah, you know, I didn't notice that. I did. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
And what's the blue thing?
And it looks like Japan is doing very well too.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, in this one graph, you can kind of tell who's doing the best. Okay.
What's this thing on top over here?
This light blue?
Uh-huh.
I have no idea.
Well, there's a legend here. Looks like China.
Oh yeah, it is. It's China. And they're going to have an emissions trading system. I'll be darned. I didn't notice that.
Oh, that's a big pile there. You know, look how tall that thing is.
That is huge.
Yeah.
And there, it's rating the share of greenhouse gas emissions on the side. So they're going to do like 8% or something, maybe.
They've had carbon pricing in two provinces for over 3 years now.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so now we're getting close to getting to the tool. How to evaluate the best and most efficient, easiest method to get rid of greenhouse gas emissions. That's the big question. That's the hard one. So if you had your druthers, you know, if I was to dream, I'm a software engineer, I would create a tool that would implement all those changes and see the resultant emissions change. So I could evaluate what technique should I use to bring that down the quickest, and which is the least painful. The change must be interactive, so you ought to be able to play around with it so you can adjust it. And it should be intuitive, easy to use. Anybody can use this thing. Free of charge. Okay. Just such a tool has been created, and it took 3 groups: Climate Interactive, Ventana Systems, and MIT Sloan. So if you understand this is the first screen they put up, and they show you these graphs, and this is of course the year, and from 2000 to 2100. So this tool is going to show how you can reduce greenhouse gas emissions for 100 years. Actually, it's 80 years left, so. And it uses on the side here their primary graph. You can bring up many types of graphs, but this is their primary graph. Exajoules per year. Exajoules is a way of describing energy. And this is actually quintillion joules. It's quite a bit. It's equal to 1 quintillion joules. Yearly, the U.S. energy consumption amounts to roughly 94 exajoules.
This graph shows where our energy comes from. Each one of these colors is a different form of energy. Oil, I can't read the writing is too small, but
I can read it. Coal is brown, oil is red, gas is blue, renewables is green, bioenergy is pink.
Okay.
I don't see anything called nuclear or new new zero. I don't know what that
Because
means.
they're so small, they don't show
Oh.
up.
Okay.
So this is where energy comes from now and if we do what we do today and we continue doing it, this is what happens to energy. This is where energy is going to come from until 2100. That's the status quo. And the chart on the right points to that.
But now, wait a minute. At 2100, all you're showing is that we're going to be having a lot more energy, but it's distributed about the same as it is now, right?
This whole page implies if we do nothing, we just
no, it
status quo. We just
imply
continue.
nothing because you got at 2100, you got a bigger slice of.
I meant do nothing about greenhouse gas emissions.
Oh,
we
okay,
keep burning fuel.
We will be using more energy in 2100 than
because of the population growth in developing countries
or something. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
So then the graph on the right. So that's what happens status quo. And the graph on the right, Phil, point to that one.
Yes.
Everyone see that? That's what happens to temperature under the status quo. And I'll say the good news about this is when this chart was when En-ROADS first started, the 3.6 degrees was 4.1 degrees. So we've already seen a half a degree drop in projected temperatures by 2100 based on what's going on today. So that's great news.
That's good news.
So now, Phil, go ahead.
Okay, so these two graphs, the bottom line is what is the temperature in 2100? This is disaster. This is where you can't live in this world. There are parts of the world will be unlivable. We can't do that. So the key, and I think you know this by now, is to get down to plus 2 degrees.
Actually, 1.5.
1.5, okay. It's we can survive at 1.5. But the whole point is to bring this down. This is unsustainable. We can't live in this world. So the whole point of this tool is how it's like a game. How do we bring this down? Well, if you look down below here, you're going to see, remember the pie chart? And you remember the techniques? Yeah. These are all these are all the sources. And they match the color, this chart up here. So here we got coal. Here we got renewables, the green one. Here we got oil, the red one. All right. And these are like.
Okay, now here, take coal. There's a black dot on there. And that means that we are really using a hell of a lot of coal. And what we want to do is slide that sucker down to the left, right?
You've got it. It's like a soundboard. If you're into music, and it's like a soundboard. You can move these to the left or the right. Mm-hmm. And the nice thing about the tool is that these are policies. You're going to change the policy. And if you want to know about the policy on coal, you double click on coal and it gives you the details. What's the tax or subsidy in dollars? When does it start?
Phil, I'm going to stop you again.
All right.
Go back. First of all, explain to everybody, we don't move the energy source supply except by moving the other bars on the right, Phil? Explain that. We don't go here and move renewables. We go on the right. We go to transport.
Okay. Now this is a policy. So I'm gonna if I move it, watch this. See, it's taxed. Did you see it changed? Status quo. So everything. The reason it's going to hit 3.6, and this is Meta's question earlier. Status quo. If we kept everything status quo for all these adjustments, just kept living life like we're living, we're going to hit 3.6. But if we change the policy on coal, say if we tax it and we keep moving that to the left, it upsets a lot of people.
What am I looking at? This curve up here or this wedge of?
A number of things have happened. It went down 0.1 degrees because it got taxed. And also,
not up here. Where am I seeing
on the graph?
I'm
What?
sorry, up here, I'm looking at this graph up at the top on the left that says 3.6. Now,
Yeah.
if you scoot that little black dot on coal downward, it should change that, but it doesn't. Is
did.
it? Go on, move
3.5.
it some more. Let's see what happens.
3.5,
3.4.
3.4.
Okay. Okay.
Not enough.
No,
Not
nearly
highly.
enough. No.
You could very highly tax coal, and if you pop on it, you'll see it's got taxed $110 per. I don't know what TCE is, but it's a unit of measurement. So $110, the highest that they consider you can tax it. You're only going to bring it down a point, a decimal point. Very few, very little.
But
Now,
Phil,
Yeah,
how
that's
did-
disappointing. I thought we get rid of coal and you're halfway home. No?
There you go. Now, what's interesting? You notice the blue. Where's coal? I mean, I'm
Gas.
sorry, the brown.
Yes. Oh,
Did you see the
is-
brown go down as you taxed it? See on the graph?
No. Where?
on the left graph.
On the graph on the right. Okay, do it
Yeah,
again.
it changes in real time to you sliding down and taxing it more and more and more. It didn't have much effect, which surprised me too. Now, if you subsidized it, it really didn't hurt it that much. It raised it a tenth of a degree centigrade.
Yeah.
All right, so taxing coal or subsidizing it really doesn't have much of an effect, which surprised the heck out of me. And then you go over to deforestation. Well, how about planting trees? I read planting trees was the way to go. All right, let's plant some trees. I'm going to move the slider off to the right, low growth. I'm going to plant some trees. Did you notice it came down?
No.
Oh, it didn't.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, it didn't. I thought it was 3.7. 3, low growth, medium growth. Gosh, I'm not getting any decrease. Ah, finally, I got a tenth of a degree in high growth.
Oh.
So that was disappointing to me to see that.
Right.
Now you could go argue with the people that
Oh.
made the tool, but I'm not going to do that because I'm just I'm going to trust
that
MIT.
bugs me because I've been into forestry for big time lately.
Me too.
I've been
Me too.
pinning a lot of hopes on forestry.
A lot of hopes.
Yeah.
Now every time you move a slider valve, you can go up here and reset it. Okay, you can reset the graphs and you get back to, if you get lost in the tool, I'm just telling you how to run the tool. And if you want to see other charts, other effects, like impacts, like sea level rise, there's a sea level rise.
Doing what? What'd you do there?
I picked it. I went down here. I clicked on, I'm going to go back to the original home, global sources of primary energy. I clicked on this. And I brought up all these different types of graphs. And I picked sea level rise. And guess what? Status quo, there it is. This is in meters too, so watch out. This is 1.2 meters. This is a 6 feet by 2100, which floods all the coastal towns. And if I do the taxing on coal, is that going to bring the sea level rise down?
No.
Oh, hardly at all. That was disappointing. And also, if I do afforestation, the max, nothing. Hardly anything. So that was very disappointing.
Carbon price is the one thing we can do to drastically affect the temperature in the future.
Right.
Right.
You're going, I might as well do it right now.
Okay.
Let me show you. And I can do every one of these sliders. I don't want to take up time, but hardly any of them move the dial. Okay. Watch this. Carbon price is low right here, 3.6 degrees. Okay. Medium. Oh my gosh. 0.2 degrees. Just with a medium. All right, let's go a little more. 3.3. Oh my gosh, it's coming down. Look at that. Very high. Let's go to the highest. 2.7 degrees. What is the carbon price? 250 per ton.
And in our bill, we would get
Yeah, but it's still 2.7. That's what that is sort of, I had a bit of an argument with Bill Fletcher the other day, because he says, well, now, no, we're never going to get it down to 2.0, but we'll get close if we just, if we do certain things. You know, the best we can do is get down to about little above 2.0. And I said, the only way we're going to really survive is if we actually do reduction from the existing atmosphere, actually suck it out of the atmosphere and put it away. So, you know, now we've got a whole conversation over here when we come to deforestation and afforestation and methane and agriculture and stuff. There's a whole issue there. But what bothers me is what the point is, and that he's pinning all his hopes on emission reduction. And I say, yeah, we got to do all the emission reduction in the world, and it's still not enough. We got to do more than that. We got to actually suck the carbon out of the atmosphere as well, a lot of it, by probably forestry and probably mostly agriculture.
So let's do that. In fact, what you just said, sucking the that's called technical carbon removal. It's under technological.
No, because he wants to put everything on these machines that are like David Keith is cooking up, that they have out in BC, and they have one in Switzerland and one in Iceland, where they actually use machines to draw it out of the air. I'm talking about not technological, but unless you want to call agriculture technology, but just using better agricultural methods, you can put a hell of a lot of carbon into the soil where it belongs.
Yes.
And I don't want to call that, you don't even have anything here called agriculture. You have,
you know what? I was just looking, I can't find it. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well, but here's what MIT says. Meta.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
MIT says this, Meta. There is no silver bullet.
Yeah.
They call carbon price the most silvery bullet. Mm-hmm. And they say we need silver buckshot. And the truth is, let's just figure, how long would it take us to go up to 250 a ton? It would take us about 20 years in the United States. But if we find we're not reducing, if it's not working fast enough, the United States, the bill in the US raises the price faster. Instead of going $10 a year, it goes $15 a year. So that cuts that 20 years down. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is, this underfigures conservation. Conservation is not built into this deal. If we put a price on carbon, and the world acknowledges that we have this problem for the first time, and all countries start engaging all their entrepreneurs, all their investment and everything, and oil becomes an energy company instead of being an oil company. And the same with all these companies. Coal goes away in the United States, according to our plan, in 10 years. And it's going to be faster. It's going to be faster if we address the thing globally. That's my feeling and belief. And I think there's a lot of people who would back that up.
Okay, I am by no means arguing against that, because I believe you 100%. I just don't think it's enough. And so you're going to take care of, you know, but you still got 0.7 degrees left over. And that's not good enough. We got to do something more. Now,
right.
Phil can do that now. Phil can do that now.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. That's kind of the finishing, what I'm going to show you. You can go, now that I moved the carbon price all the way over, and I'm frustrated that I only got down to 2.7. That's not low enough. Now, look at all the other things I have to play with. I've only played with one slider, one policy. And you can do this a number of ways. Let's try, and you can try different things. I'll stop the deforestation. Oh, I got 0.1 degrees out of that. I can do some carbon capture. Oh, that works. That's bringing it down. I'll just do a little medium growth. How about if the population, instead of low growth, I'll say, yeah, make it low growth. Did that help at all? Lowest growth brought it down another 10th. How about, I haven't even touched energy, transport, buildings, and industry. I could say energy efficiency is increased. Now I'm down to 2.1. And like everything else, you can read about that. Increase, decrease efficiency of vehicles, shipping, air travel. That's across all of these transportation systems. That's good. Electrification or energy efficiency. This is buildings. Increase that. Oh, I'm down to 2. Plant some trees. Got to plant a lot. Now I'm down to 1.9.
Mm-hmm.
How about if I mess around with methane? Look at this.
Come on. That's what I've been waiting for.
There you go.
That's where I've been hung up the last month.
Because methane is such a powerful greenhouse gas. I kind of say that.
I'm so glad you have this sucker, because that is what I've been trying to tell people. A year ago, I got on my high horse and I gave a big speech up at Pugwash, and they cut me off after 10 minutes. They wouldn't let me tell them what I had to tell them, which was that we got to work on methane. And you know where we got to work on methane? We've got to take care of the Arctic.
Yes.
And it's really important to stop that melting out of permafrost.
Oh, yes.
That's where it's going to come from.
Oh,
and,
yes.
and people don't pay any attention to it. But right there, you've got the name of the game right there. That sucker is big.
That's
good.
Big.
Meta,
really impressive.
Meta.
Uh-huh.
Refreezing the tundra in the Arctic is not something that's going to be very easily done unless we deal with all the stuff on the graphs below. What can affect methane is the understanding and this understanding. Natural gas, natural gas, the way we handle it now, is as dirty as coal if you account for the leakage. If there's 2% leakage in from the ground to your stove, it's as dirty as coal.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of leakage happens routinely everywhere. There's no place gas is not leaking and releasing methane, and that's not figured in the coal price.
Okay, let me give you another little angle on that, which I don't want to hijack your talk because I could give a whole talk on this myself, which is that the spread of forests into the permafrost in places like Siberia, that is what is melting the permafrost. It's raising the temperature of the permafrost and is releasing decayed grass and junk that's frozen, which then sets off bacteria, which produces the methane.
I didn't know that.
Reducing, there are 2 people named Zimov in Siberia who are looking at doing things like putting big animals. Now, this is a far-fetched solution, and it's not going to be quick enough to even at best, you couldn't go anywhere with it, but it proves the point. They have a place called Pleistocene Park, which is in the Arctic, and they get big animals like bison, and they wish they could bring back the woolly mammoth, and all these big animals that go around trampling the snow and knocking it aside so they can get out the grass in the winter and eat it up. So the effect on the herds of animals keeps the temperature of the soil down more than anything else anybody can think of. So if we could just put a whole bunch of animals up there, but you'd need a couple of million bison or something. Anyway, that is the point, that the main reason they want these animals is they knock over little saplings that are growing. And because of the warming, the forests are growing where they don't belong. Shrubs and forests, but mostly forests, where they didn't used to belong and didn't have them there. And so you want something that knocks down these trees before they get big enough to be impossible to knock over and keep them from growing, because these forests are what is warming the soil and is going to melt the whole sucker.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why I was enthusiastic about your methane thing, because that's really important. And of course, their solution isn't going to work for the short interval that we have to do it in. Be nice if we could put a bunch of animals up there, but you can't do that quickly. Anyway, it's really interesting. Now you've got it down to 1.5, which was quite livable.
And look at, I've never popped on methane, but I just reading it right now. It's the contributions sources: cows, agriculture, natural gas drilling, and waste. So that pretty well covers it.
Oh, but
I wonder what they mean by waste.
balance. You've got to do a calculation. The cows emit methane, but there are things you can do about that. And it's a question of how much methane you're getting out of the rear and the front end of the cow compared to how much they are able to sequester by their foraging methods. It's the way you raise cows and not whether you have cows, because you can raise cows in such a way that they are beneficial, or you can raise cows the way we do now, which is in feedlots, which is certainly not beneficial. So it really, there's a whole story there too.
There is a huge story. Oh, and here's your F gases, by the way. They combine in there with other gases.
When they said waste, I wonder what they mean by waste.
To me, that's like waste, garbage dumps, and they produce a tremendous
sewage, maybe.
But do you know the flaring of gas? The flaring of gas is the third largest source of greenhouse gas in the world.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And it's illegal in the United States to do that, but of course everybody does it.
Yeah.
Well, there's a new protocol, I guess you call it. In Rwanda, they got together. There was this Montreal protocol about 15 years ago or 20, where they outlawed the kind of chlorofluorocarbons that was being used in refrigerators and air conditioners. They switched to something else, and this was done for the sake of protecting the ozone layer, which it has done very well. It's done, but now they see that the thing they put in instead is no good either, and that's a major source of the greenhouse gas. So this Rwandan meeting a couple of years ago enacted an agreement that they would switch to other kinds of coolants in refrigerators and so on, but they're not as good. I think a lot of it's going to be ammonia-based coolant. I don't know, but I don't know enough about it technically. But I do know that it's not as an effective coolant as what they're using. But more than that, it's going to. I think they've got a 10-year timeline to make that happen, and it's just about creating new refrigerators where they don't use this stuff they won't use it anymore. But that's not to say anything about what they're going to do about used refrigerators, taking the gas out of the existing refrigerators when they take it to the dump. They've got to get it out of there because otherwise it's going to get into the atmosphere. Yes. So I think everybody should have a rule that whenever they deliver a new fridge to your house, they have to take the old one out and take it to a central place where you have technicians that can remove that gas. Maybe some places they have that. I've been looking for some expert to interview about that because it's really could be really important. But I think even more important is this methane thing in the Arctic, because this methane is bubbling up from the clathrates at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. And it right there's doomsday, because you have it how much it is. You see, when you slide that thing up to where it was, it looked like it's the maximum. That's not the maximum. That's just the beginning. They're going to, when that stuff starts melting, it's a runaway phenomenon, and it melts the rest of it faster. So you've got to extend that graph out here about 5 feet to show how much it's going to be.
Yeah, they call those tipping points.
Yeah. That's one. I think that's the one we got to worry about the most.
Yeah.
I'm trying to reach a guy named Peter Wadham in England, who's just come out with a new report on the East Siberian Ocean and how much the methane hydrates are melting up there. I can't reach him. I don't know why I can't reach him, but I've got to find a way to get somebody to talk about that, because he's saying, and there's something about salt aerosols that can be used as a, I don't know enough about it to.
It'd be good to have an expert to talk about that.
Yeah, I want to get somebody if I can. I've been looking.
I left a link in the briefing. All you have to do is type in En-ROADS, and you will get to this tool.
And and anybody coming here can play around scooting these little black dots up and down.
You can do it on your iPhone.
Huh?
Yeah. You can do it on your iPhone.
No kidding.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's a little tab down here. If you want En-ROADS ambassador, they call it ambassador training. This Climate Interactive, they have a whole training support, courses, webinars on how to brief it. This is very deep.
Beautiful,
I haven't even
beautiful.
gone through all this.
Hey, go back. I want you to scoot one over for me. Go back to the thing, please. I want you to play with economic growth.
Economic growth.
Yeah.
First of all, that means higher or lower growth in goods produced and services provided. It's measured in GDP per person, key driver in consumption. So if we move that around and we have high growth, look what happens to the temperature.
Go all the way up. Let's see what happens.
1.6.
Well,
it affects it, but not much.
That's not bad. Okay. Yeah. I think that's nice. I'm glad to hear that, because that's really an important thing. If you can trust that graph, scoot it down to the bottom. Let's see what difference we make.
So if we go down low growth.
All right. So we go from 0.4 to 0.8, was it?
We
go
0.5 to 1.4.
Go to the top again. Go up to the top again. Up to the top again, all the way. So it's 0.2 degrees centigrade.
Yeah.
That's very interesting, because, my friends, half of my friends are Luddites. They believe that we have to smash everything and go back to living, in the forest, digging our own potatoes.
Caveman. Yeah.
We can't have a car. We can't have, can't have electric appliances and things like that.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that, and I've never believed it, and I get into trouble arguing with them. But you see, it doesn't make that much difference.
Doesn't make that much difference. No.
If these people really are on top of it, and if that graph means what it looks like, then you can trust it.
Yeah.
You just won my argument with my best friend.
Yeah.
But remember,
my best friend, by the way, moved to New Zealand to become kind of a, I don't know, to live out in the woods or something, and out in the,
they call it off the grid and
off the grid, all these things, because that's the way she was going to save the world. And I said, "You're silly. That's not going to save the world." But so we almost lost our friendship over it.
Remember Meta. Remember that 0.2 change is based on all these other assumptions that Phil's built into the system at this point. If you went back to the status quo, go back to the status quo, Phil, and get rid of all
you're going to love this.
And then play around with economic growth. See, your Luddite friends are maybe smarter than we think.
But if you had low growth,
could you?
3.
The fun thing about this chart, Meta and Phil, is that this, we're looking at climate change. It's like that's our only problem. But if you read a book like Collapse, which identifies a dozen environmental problems, and every one of those problems contributes to a collapse of our civilization and maybe life itself, and every one of those problems is real and has caused other societies to collapse. Wow. The reason I focus on climate change is because it's the one with the shortest fuse. If we don't do something with climate change quickly, it's a disaster for my grandchildren. My first one was just born a month ago.
Is this